Hello. Sorry, I was figuring some stuff out. How is everyone? I know I'm not talking. There's been a lot of. I'm just dealing with some technical stuff. And I just realized that there's no music either. There we go. There's your music. So it's just been a whole bunch of silence. Anyways. It's been a bit of a busy, hectic weekend, but I thought I'd jump on. I had a bit of spare time, and I thought I'd jump on stream just to sort of discuss everything that's happening in the Final Fantasy verse. There will be no games today, let me just point that out. I'm setting the Adventures of Elliot to the side for today. We'll get back to it tomorrow. And I think today we're just going to take a look at all the news that came out from yesterday from the presentation for Final Fantasy XIV, but also Final Fantasy VII. And I think there's a little bit of a cross there. Alright, that'll do with that. Where do we go from there? We go here. Hello. My hair is a little bit messy. I do plan on getting it cut tomorrow, hopefully, so it's not that much of a mess. Now, the big event for today is, let's check the Final Fantasy XIV Twitter page. Crystalline Conflict. Regional Championship, and then we have at 1:30 we have Naoki's room. Oh, so here we go. They have a schedule. I really do hope that second part is scheduled. Saturday, today is Sunday. Naoki's room. Naoki's room returns to Fan Festival 2026 in Berlin, inviting you to settle in for another relaxed conversation with Yoshi P, celebrating the people, stories, high V Fantasy, and experiences that make the world of Final Fantasy XIV so special. But the interesting part about this is that it's not just going to be Naoki Yoshida, it's also going to be Naoki Hamaguchi who's taking part in this. So, let's see. It starts at around... Oh, cool. It tells me at Australian time too. Wow, awesome. So it starts at around 9:30, which is in about 2.5 hours. So we're just going to have to fill in the time until then, looking at previous trailers, analyzing what's been going on in the industry, and yeah, just pretty much talking about everything and putting everything into perspective. So yeah, but we do have this to look forward to, and I am going to be live streaming this, and I think that once it wraps up, we'll sort of finish the stream as well. I think I'm gonna have to put like a reminder or something, just so I can know. Yeah. So I did put up a reaction video yesterday for Final Fantasy XIV, the Evercold trailer that came out, the extended trailer, which is honestly pretty cool. It was really fascinating to see it. I don't really know what it means, but you know, there's a lot of things coming out of Final Fantasy XIV. Some are well received, others are like, you know, we've got people saying that we don't need this, we could have had other stuff that was better, but you know, you can't please everyone. And admittedly, we're talking about a fan base that's over 15 million people. I don't know if all those accounts are active. Like, for example, I have an account, it's not active. I've disabled it ever since the end of Endwalker, so you know, but those numbers are there, so you can imagine that there's at least 5 million people. We'll give them that much. Like, even taking away, like, at one point it was 20 million people. It's based on their figures, not mine, right? So even if we take away like a good percentage of it, it's still about 5 million people who play Final Fantasy XIV on a daily basis. And we imagine that with the next expansion, there'll be more coming back to it, right? I think they're doing a really good job with this next expansion. They're saying that it's all going to be on airships. Like, all these cities are going to be on airships, which is honestly a really interesting premise, a really amazing premise. I think that with Dawn Trail, they didn't really do that well. It was kind of like, oh, look, you're going on a fun little excursion with your friends after everything that happened in Endwalker, only, you know, it goes sour, it goes south, and things don't go that well. It wasn't really that much of an interesting premise for an adventure, so I think that people were sort of disappointed by it, and not just by the premise of Dawn Trail, but by the fact that it had some characters that were a little bit iffy. So yeah, people weren't that pleased with it. But I think Evercold is trying to put all that to the side and trying to make the game even more, like, trying to bring back all the players that they had lost. I don't know, that's my assumption from everything I'm seeing, right? And yeah, I think they're doing a really good job. Let me just delete all this gunk. So what should we do first? Should we talk about Final Fantasy VII, or should we talk about Final Fantasy XIV, or should we talk about both at the same time? Because that's possible, you know, that's possible. Should we talk about the things that were announced yesterday? Because I feel like if we go based on the timeline, then I think Final Fantasy VII takes a priority. All right, let's talk about this. Here we go. The big Final Fantasy VII Revelation interview by Naoki Yoshida and Eurogamer. By the way, kudos to Dom Pepiet for doing this interview. And this is something that I should be doing every time I talk about an interview from a big publication. I should be linking it to the description. So I will make sure I do this after the live stream is done, just so you can see it. Just so you can pop over and check it out. And honestly, I do think that it's not really a good thing, and I have seen some other content creators take slack. Hey, Fitteries, how you going? What's up? Are you here for the Final Fantasy chat as well? It's just a chill Sunday afternoon where we're talking Final Fantasy, both 7 and 14. Call you Fitter. Great. Yeah, Fitteries, Fitterize. Anyway. Popping by random streams? Okay, cool. Thank you so much for stopping by. No games being played here today. Like I said at the start of stream, I'll just be talking about a whole bunch of Final Fantasy stuff because I love Final Fantasy. But just FYI, I'm a mostly RPG type of player, variety. Mostly variety, but mostly RPGs as well. Do I take game requests? Of course. And I do also have a suggestion box, which I think you can access if I've set that up correctly. But yeah, I definitely take game requests, and if there's anything you'd like to see, please feel free to drop it into the suggestion box, and I'll try to get to it as soon as possible. Right now, as I said, I'm playing, I don't know if I did say it, I'm playing the Adventures of Elliot. Yeah, sure. So anyway, this is an interview that Eurogamer did with Naoki Hamaguchi, of course, the director of Final Fantasy VII remake. Not remake. He didn't direct remake. He's the director of the remake series. Let's put it that way. So he spoke about a whole bunch of stuff, which some people appreciated, others were like, meh, you know, complainy pants. But yeah, let's check it out. I'm going to read it, even though, as I was about to say, some other streamers have been catching some flack, getting some complaints from the publications for reading them while on the stream. But I am going to do it because there's not many people here. So yeah, let's check it out and let's see what he said. So, Mr. Pepiot starts this interview by saying, I think my favorite thing about the FF7 Remake trilogy so far is the specific ways in which the developers at Square Enix inject nostalgia. The game's launch to date, Remake and Rebirth, managed to nod warmly towards aspects of the original RPG without it ever feeling trite. Yeah, he's definitely right about that. I definitely agree with that. It's like you can definitely feel the sense of the original without it being forced, without it feeling like they're doing it because they have to, right? You feel the original, like, I don't know, in the opening shot of FF7 Remake, you can definitely feel the original in there, or in scenes like where with the Midgar Sormer, or when they reach Junon, or with a boat that crosses the ocean. So many things, so many small things. Like, this is its own game, right? This is a remake. It's been brought back to life, but also you can feel like how closely it's connected to the original. So yeah, you can see in so many aspects of the way the games are curated, the way certain musical sequences are teased as motifs and then brought in full-throated for certain boss fight. Yeah, the Airbuster, or I don't know which other one. I don't remember the name of the boss, but it's the first one you fight when you reach under Junon and you meet Yuffie. The redesigns of infamous monsters, the house monster, the monster house, or whatever it's called. Like, who doesn't remember that battle? And how certain major enemies are deployed in slightly remixed ways for maximum effect. Or the battle with Rufus, like both battles. Insane. The reinterpretation and reimagination of dialogue to better fit the bigger, more complex world of the planet in 2020's version of the world compared to 1997's. Holiday Inn, anyone? The staff, in many cases, grew up playing the original game on the PS1. Led by game director and programmer Naoki Hamaguchi, those staff at Square Enix Creative Studio 1 are in good hands. Our own Alex Donaldson once spoke at length about why this humble, unassuming programmer was the ideal choice to lead the charge on Square Enix's most ambitious project ever. After this summer's reveal of the third part of the trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, I had the chance to catch up, well, not I, but the journalist, Pepiot, to catch up with Hamaguchi once again to talk about the passion and the pressure fueling the blockbuster climax to a story that began all the way back at E3 2015. I started in the most obvious place, that reveal trailer. Naoki Hamaguchi. When you're in a hurry to get a story out, or when the press is hot and all that, you can easily make mistakes. So, like, don't at them. In the game's debut, embedded above, I think you can see a team basking in its own confidence. The direction of the cinematics is bombastic and vivacious. The sizzle reel of combat mechanics is tantalizing, and the glimpses we see of an open world show a team dedicated to learning from its past missteps. Even the way the genetically modified ex-Turk and definitely not vampire Vincent Valentine drops down from the high wind somehow manages to be stylish, while also exhibiting a great deal of character. Well, he does have it in excess. A far cry from some of the more static, less dynamic offerings in 2020's remake. I don't think that's fair to say. No, I think remake had plenty of style. I think remake was spot on. Like, do you remember? I'll bring it back to a similar moment when, what were the characters? Cloud, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse were jumping down with the parachutes as well. Like, that was pretty stylish. Of course, Wedge landed on his ass, but still, it was stylish in its own way. Like, it paid tribute to the characters. Like, Wedge is gonna parachute in an entirely different way than Vincent. So I don't think it's fair to say that. I mean, yes, of course they've learned, and the development team has grown within that window, within that time frame. But still, I don't think that's fair to say. But anyway, even into the cutscenes that we briefly showed during the Summer Games Fest reveal, where we see the party flying in and dropping from the high wind, you see that Vincent is the only one wearing his parachute differently, acknowledges Hamaguchi, laughing. His belt is crossed and he's not wearing it like a backpack, unlike all the other party members. That's not something I actually directed myself. I often received a lot of proposals from the team members saying things like, "Oh, it's Vincent, he'd probably wear his parachute like this." All Turk, no play. This particular detail is one I've seen held up online as fans have been dissecting the trailer looking for secrets. There's probably nothing deeper here than the stoic, none-too-goth Vincent choosing to drop like a tombstone out of a ship, but it's so well executed and so well conceived that it's already become iconic in its own right. I know, right? It's been memed to death. But leave it to Final Fantasy Twitter to, take even the smallest thing and dissect it to Kingdom Come. It speaks to a team of older and younger developers working in harmony and drawing on wider universe Final Fantasy VII knowledge in order to make Revelation that bit more authentic. There are other examples of this, of the team suggesting things that end up feeling just right, continues Hamaguchi. Give me a sec, I need some tea. You want some music? I could use some music. Alright. Just going to turn it down a bit. Let's turn it down a bit. Just got to remember to turn it up when the presentation begins. Alright. I don't think that's too loud. It's not too disturbing for me. But let me know if it's too loud for you and I'll turn it back down. What's that? I'm getting notifications. There are other examples of this, of the team suggesting things that end up feeling just right, continues Hamaguchi. A good example is Red 13 riding the Chocobo in Rebirth. That kind of became a meme moment where a lot of fans appreciated how humorous it looked. That was an idea from our dev team. It's important to them as creators that they honour the characters, that they understand who they are. They grew up playing this game. Having a cycle of people who can be faithful to these characters results in a production environment where we do get to see these characters really come to life, with humour, emotionally, or otherwise. Yeah, true. I imagine, if I was part of the dev team, of course I'd want to do as much as possible to see these characters have moments where they shine, where their character comes out, where they not just in battle, not just in combat, not just in the main story, but also in small quality slice of life moments, as they call them in anime, where they can just really honestly be themselves. And I think that's what fans really appreciate, because it's like you're spending time with them. It's like you're getting to know them one-on-one. And that's really special, because it's like, for example, when Vincent jumps out the high wind, or when Red 13 tries to ride the Chocobo, or in, I don't know, other side questy things that are dedicated to those characters specifically, you just get to learn a little bit more about them, right? And this is something that we couldn't get in the original. So I think that's honestly very special. I don't know. For me personally, again, as a fan of the game, as someone who really loved the game and who wanted to get more of it, and who's really excited for this remake series, getting to see these characters shine is really awesome. So yeah, I can understand the developers, because honestly, I really feel like they feel like the more time you give these characters to show who they are and to be themselves, the better the game will be. Of course, that does have a downside. You can do it a bit too much. You can stuff way too much content in there, and that's what I think Rebirth suffered from. There was way too much content to the point where people started to suffer from fatigue, right? And what I would do is I would take out some of the mini games and I would put in more more side quests that are dedicated to these characters, so they can have their own chance to shine, right? And as many of these slice of life moments as possible. Like, I don't know, go get water with Tifa down the river, and during that time just have a talk to Cloud or talk to whatever, and just describe her daily routine, stuff like that. Honestly, the more stuff like that you inject into the game, literally, the better off you are. Because that's what players want. They want chances to associate with their characters, to connect with their characters. I don't think they really want like, if you ask them what they really want. Wow, what's happening here? There's a lot of ads on this page alone, dude. Anyway, yeah, as I was saying, the more content you have like that, the more slice of life content you'll have with the characters and giving players the chance to meet the characters, the better off you are. Anyway, moving on. Sometimes I tend to ramble and I tend to overanalyze things. For all the elements of the game that stay the same, the characters, the setting, the broader strokes of the story, there are those elements that change. One of the more surprising iterations to Revelation is the deepening of the role-playing game element. Remake was pretty basic when it came to character customization and progression. You could learn new skills from materia, new abilities from your weapons, and that was about it. Rebirth added synergies to the mix, as well as a more character-centric progression system that was a bit like a simplified version of Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid. Now, in Revelation, we get FITS, or, to crowbar the acronym in, Function Integrated Tactical Suitwear. Yes, really. Each character has 4 unique outfits that allows them to access jobs from classic Final Fantasy games. So far, we've only seen Cloud as a warrior and Tifa as a dark mage, but I'm really hoping we get some Final Fantasy stalwarts like Dark Knight or Dragoon in the mix. If Rebirth took a minimalist version of Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid, this doing the same to Final Fantasy X-2's Dress Sphere system. This is doing the same to... But why add this new level of depth? Turns out it's because Hamaguchi thought Rebirth's combat was perfect and didn't want it to get stale for Revelation. That's a bit of a controversial statement, that it was perfect. First of all, in Rebirth, they took out the system that was from the weapons, that you could learn new abilities from your weapons, and honestly, I didn't like that. They added in that, what did they call it? I don't even remember that system in Rebirth, where you could go to shops, but you didn't really need to go to shops. The one that he says is similar to the Sphere Grid, to the Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid. What was it called? Damn it. Synthemata. Something in Mata. Anyway, I didn't like that system. First of all, it was overly simplified. You didn't really have that much flexibility with it. And I don't know why. I just preferred the weapon system. It seemed more logical, if it made sense. If it makes sense, it was one of the things that I didn't really enjoy in Rebirth, and I didn't spend a lot of time with. The one thing I did enjoy, and from what I've seen they're bringing it back, is the item synthesis menu. You can create your own items like potions, Phoenix Downs, etc. But this one, I don't like. And as someone who's a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to the battle system, I don't really think I'm going to like the fit. I don't think I'm going to use the fit system at all. Like, I'm not going to touch it. I don't think I'm going to touch it, because it really messes around with the original Final Fantasy VII. And I'm like, why do you feel the need to change? I understand that people like to have customization and all that, but like, why do you feel the need to turn Tifa into a white mage or not a brawler, she's a brawler, or a, I don't know, or a black mage? Or why do you feel the need to... Why do you need to change these characters? They're good enough as they are. Like, that's one of the bedrocks of Final Fantasy VII, and what made Final Fantasy VII so great was that each individual and Final Fantasy IX, right? It was that each individual character had a set role in the party. Like, I understand that older Final Fantasies had that flexibility, like Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy, but still, even in Final Fantasy IV, the characters had set roles, like and that was actually one of the key things of Final Fantasy IV, with Cecil switching from a Dark Knight to a Paladin, and you know, the whole story evolves around that. I don't know. And here we have, like, Cloud, who's pretty much a warrior. Tifa, who's a brawler. Aerith was the white mage. Now she's gone. But thanks... I feel like all this is taken away from the materia system. All this stuff removes elements, and it essentially takes away the importance of the materia system. Like, why do we need fits? And what does fits do? Like... I don't know enough about it just yet. Like, is it a preset of materia? Like, does each fit come with a materia preset, or does it just give you the abilities? Like, if I set a dark mage fit to Cloud, does he immediately have Viraga on him, or does it just give him the materia presets that are already in my inventory to be able to use Viraga and Blizzaga or whatever, or you know? The same with the white mage fit. I don't know. I feel like I need to learn more about this. I feel like I need to see more about this, but it just feels like they're changing up a bit too much. And I understand that people go nuts for customization these days. Like, you see it in games like Final Fantasy XIV, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. You see it in games like, I don't know. Like, even back in the days of Final Fantasy X, you would see it. You would see people turning Auron into a blue mage, or having Waka casting spells, or, you know, just expanding the sphere grid as much as possible. But I don't understand why. Like, if the game has the character like that, and the story has a character like that, I think it's just my own brain, right? I function that way. But if the game is telling you that this is the character, right, and this is what they set out to do, like if the game is centered around Yuna being a summoner, why do you want to turn her into a brawler? In 10.2, I understand. In 10.2, she changes. She becomes a jack of all trades, and that's what the game wants you to do with her. But in Final Fantasy X, she's a summoner, and Tidus uses a sword, and Lulu is a black mage. So, like, why do you want to change them? Why is there such a need of breaking out of your cage and being and turning the character into something they're not? Why do we constantly need to do this? Like, can a character not be whatever? Can a character not have a set role? Can we not have stories anymore? I feel like I'm ranting about this, but honestly, it's like, I feel like some people take offense when a game tells them that this character is this, right? When a game tells them that, gives them a set character and tells them that you don't have any customization options. It's like they take offense to it. It's like, no, mate, we're just trying to tell a story, you know? Don't shoot us in the head. It's like, it's just this. This is the character. This is this story we want to tell. Can we please tell it? Without you attacking us about, oh, this game has no customization options. Roar. It's like, yes, that's the point of it. This is the character, and this is what they can do. And because they have those limitations, they need other people around them. Like, a character can't be a jack of all trades. Like, Tifa doesn't know magic. She was never able to use magic. I mean, okay, yeah, maybe with the right materia she can use magic, but you know what I mean. Like, maybe she was never trained to use magic. Like, she trained with Zangan, and she knows how to use martial arts. Or, you know, what can I say? Barrack got a gun arm, so he could use gun arm. He could shoot bullets. He doesn't know how to heal people. He doesn't care about healing people. He wants to gun people down in the street. I don't know. It just seems really interesting that people need customization options. These days, they're so desperately hinged on customization. It's like, you're not giving us customization options. This game sucks. We're not going to play it. Not everything has to be Fortnite. And of course, if it's an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, I understand it. But even there, customization options are becoming ridiculous. Like, you can now customize a character's iris, like the inside of their eye, and their eyelids, and their hair, like, to the point of changing every single hair on their head and their ears and their, like, the hair on the back of their head. Enough, dude. Like, at what point can a person be happy with the character they have? Like, how much of them do they need to change to be comfortable with him? And like, they change them every 2 minutes. It's like, okay, today I want that hairstyle for my character. Tomorrow I want that hairstyle for my character. It's like, aren't you playing the game for the game? But anyway, MMOs are a different story. MMOs are an entirely different story. I feel like MMOs are for people that want that customization and want that level of customization. So it's entirely fair, you know? Like, people buy houses and live in them in MMOs, and they sleep and they wake up literally in that house. They spend more time in their online house than they do in their actual house. Like a dystopian anime or something. What was it called? Sword Art Online? Something like that. But I'm getting off topic. I was just talking about the customization options in Final Fantasy VII Revelation. Anyway. So where was I? Hybrid combat system. I'm pretty confident to say that in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the hybrid combat reached the... Yeah, I did mention this. That I don't think it was perfect. I don't think it was perfect. I do think it still had a bit of room to grow. And I've seen other people express this opinion as well, express a similar opinion, that it wasn't perfect. It could have grown even more, but what else could they have done with it is a good question. And I do think that they probably sat with this. They looked at it from... That's why he says it's perfect, right? Because they probably sat with it, they looked at it, they were like, okay, so what can we add to it? What can we do differently, right? One thing they could have done is 3-person synergies, and actually a lot of people were expecting that as well. So synergies not just between 2 people, but between the entire party would have been awesome. And I think that's something they could have easily done. And it's a missed opportunity, right? To see the whole party come together and perform a single attack. And you could have... It would have been difficult. Like, it would have been something that you would have really had to build on and use a lot of abilities, because, you know, to use a synergy, you need to build abilities, use abilities from 2 characters. And depending on the level of the synergy, the more abilities you need to use during battle. So if you were going for a 3-person ability, a 3-person synergy, you'd have to use a lot of abilities. But it would have been a motivation for you to switch between characters, right? And to use all your characters, all 3 characters in your party. So, and to essentially play like how the original game was played, like to issue commands to all 3 of your characters, and to switch between them, you know. So I'm sad they didn't do that. That was a missed opportunity. What else could they have done? Again, the weapon abilities. I think limit breaks, they've done limit breaks, they've maxed out limit breaks. Like, if they don't have Omni Slash in this game, there will be war. People will be knocking on the door. But I don't think fits is something that actually suits the game. It's something that people are happy about because they like customization, but personally, from personal perspective and from someone who played the original back in the day, I don't think it really, it doesn't harmonize well with the game. What else? What else could they have done? I honestly don't know. Boy, there's a lot of ads on this. Anyway, Hamaguchi got on to tell me that he had a lot of discussions with combat director Teruki Endo about this system. Even from the earlier stages of development, the pair felt that because certain characters have certain roles, Cloudy's close quarters with a Buster Sword, Barrett fights at range and tanks damage, Aerith is usually on the backline as support. Well, Aerith isn't in this game, is she? Players become confined. I guess you become guided to select certain characters in certain situations, Hamaguchi shrugs. the system didn't truly offer that freedom of choice when it comes to the character choice. So we were thinking, what could we do to address that? Thus, the FIT system was born, allowing you to choose a job of your choice, make the party of your choice, and have complete agency over the team you want to field. I'm pretty confident to say that in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the hybrid combat system reached a perfected state. Yeah. So essentially, what this does is it tells you that, like, for example, if you're in a situation where you don't have, well, like now that we're not going to have Aerith anymore, right? You can use a fit to have a white mage, but I feel that issue is addressed through the materia system. So what's the point? Like, Final Fantasy VII isn't built. The combat system of Final Fantasy VII might seem like it's built on the traditional job system because Tifa uses her hands, Barrett uses the gun arm, and Cloud uses his sword, or Sid uses a spear, so he's a dragoon. But thanks to the materia, it's not like that. Anyone can be a white mage, right? If you set the materia, if you give a character specific materia, they can be a white mage. Like Red 13, is an example, right? If you give Red 13 Kuraga and having set it to all, he can be your healer. So what's the point of this fit system? It's just the outfits, literally just the outfits. And I'm telling you now, I will not be using it at all. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's good for people that like seeing characters change their outfits. I'm just saying it's pointless. It's meaningless. Like, you've got materia. Hamaguchi is committed to player freedom and player choice. You can see that even in the difference between Rebirth and Remake, where the latter is a tight funnel shepherding you from one chapter to the next whilst giving you precious little room to breathe. Rebirth is practically the opposite. It revels in its spaciousness and it's brimming with minigames, to the degree that some players suggest that this actually damages the pace of the final product. Well, if you don't like the minigames, don't play them. With Revelation, Hamaguchi is committed to learning from experience and treading a line somewhere between the two. And the best way to do that, he thinks, is by giving the player as much choice as possible. There are a lot of open world games out in the world right now, and the idea of open world fatigue is a very important concept to me, he says when asked about some of the feedback to Rebirth. It depends on personal preference and different perceptions, but for me personally, I know I've had the experience where I've been thrown out into an open world game and not known where to go, not known where to begin, and not known what to do. But at the same time, the concept of being thrown into this wondrous world where anything goes is amazing. He's right. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is Crimson Desert. Like, that's the epitome of being thrown into, or the recent Zelda games. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. That's the epitome of being thrown into a world and not knowing where to go. Like, after the first, I think, 20 minutes, half an hour, those games literally just toss you into an open world and they tell you, have fun. Literally, that's what happens. They toss you into the world, and huge open worlds, right? And they just let you have at it. That's what happens in these games. So the difference with Rebirth is that Rebirth had Chadley. And what Chadley did is he would place all these markers on your map. So constantly, all the time, and especially after you had finished with the first area, the grasslands, you would know where to go. You would know what you needed to do, and then it would be rinse and repeat, right? So it became highly repetitive. The only thing that changed was the Gilgamesh minigames. And of course, the look of each area. Like, of course, Colonel Canyon wasn't the same as Nibelheim or the grasslands. But again, it was like doing the same thing over and over and over again, and you knew what you were doing. You weren't expecting any major surprises. So that's what we want. We want to be surprised. We want to, like, for example, in Crimson Desert, I remember I was doing this random side quest, and all of a sudden, like, it started raining and thunder started crashing down, and eventually I just started fighting this huge god named Titan. Thunder god Titan. No, that doesn't work. But anyway. And he became huge. He became enormous. And honestly, I think that was one of my favorite quests of the game. And it was totally random, right? I just bumped into some people on on the map who said, hey mate, we're having trouble with this guy up on the mountain. So I just went to clear it. I was expecting a random encounter. Okay, maybe a boss, you know. And honestly, it was this, ended up being a god. I had to take down a god. So that's what we want. I think we want a bit more of that. A bit more of that wonder that came with the original Final Fantasy VII, where, and those first few Final Fantasies, where you'd venture out in the world and you wouldn't know what you were going to come up against. Because I think Rebirth did too much of that hand-holding. It told you what to expect. It told you that, okay, now you're going to fight this or that. Now we need things to be bigger. We need things to like, yes, let me take the submarine and go underwater and bump into a weapon. Bump into, what was it, Sapphire? Emerald? I think it was Emerald weapon. And let that happen by accident. Like, let that happen to me by accident. I want that to happen, you know? Because that makes for a good YouTube video. Or a good short form clip, you know? When I accidentally bump into it and then I start screaming at my screen and it kills me, you know? Why? Because I was walking randomly. Anyway. But for me personally as a creator, I think it's very important to offer proper guidance to the players in open world games. It's important for players to know what to do and know where to go. I disagree with this entire sentence. I disagree with everything he just said here. It's not important to offer guidance. Let players get lost. Let players lose themselves. Who cares? It's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to create the game. Your responsibility is to create everything, the content, right? The game. Once you create it, you've made it, give it to players and they'll take care of the rest. You don't have to hold it. We're not bloody 12. And even when we were 12, the game was like literally, the story told itself, and even the main scenario, sometimes you'd get lost because you wouldn't know where to go next back in the 90s, right? Like you had the main scenario and it was like, okay, so I'm finished from Midgar. Where do I go after Midgar? Okay, there's this little house here, but is that where I have to go? Or maybe somewhere else? So it's just like, I think he underestimates players a bit too much. In Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we made sure to make it easy for players to understand how much content there is and how difficult that content is. That design philosophy is applied to Revelation. Players have all the guidance that they need. This is something that both myself and the development team were very careful about when we designed the game. No. Hamaguchi, look, you've done a great job, but let the players be the judge of what's difficult content and what's not. Physical only. Digital only? God, you people suck. To that end, the Highwind airship allows for total open-world freedom in Revelation, letting you leap from the deck and parachute seamlessly into any location on the map. Like, for example, again, I'll go back to Crimson Desert. There were many times where I got owned in Crimson Desert because the boss was too tough. I learned that lesson the hard way. You know how many game overs I got? Or the other day, even in the Adventures of Elliot, I bumped into a random dungeon. I went in and I fought the boss, and it killed me. Why? Because it was a 6-star boss. Like, the game will tell you, this boss is 6 stars. You can fight it, or you can ignore it. You can leave. I tried fighting it twice. I lost, and then I left. Like, I got the message. I'm not strong enough for it. You don't have to hold our hands and telling us that, like, don't go in there because you're not of a high enough level yet. Blocking us from area, that's annoying. I personally find that annoying. Like, telling us, you can't go there yet. That's for when you grow up, you know? Get out. To that end, the Highwind airship allows for total open-world freedom in Revelation, letting you leap from the deck and parachute seamlessly into any location on the map. It's a smart system. Not only does it let Vincent have his emo moment en route to your next objective, but the descent hides loading screens and allows your party to navigate the continent without worrying about walls, barriers, oceans, cliffs, and so on. So I can just literally jump into the ocean? When I get eaten by sharks. Fast travel is split into 2 phases. Jumping from the Highwind and opening the parachute is the first sequence, and choosing where to land is the second. During the first phase, you can see visual markers on the ground that indicate major objectives, minigames, and so on. Once you're closer to the ground, those visual cues disappear. After you open the parachute, you kind of have to rely on your memory to ensure that you're actually dropping into the place where you want to go. There's no fast travel, says Hamaguchi. That's another example of the guidance we're giving players without directing them too much. The world is even bigger than it was in Rebirth. Woo! I love how he just glosses over that, but like that's pretty much the biggest statement he's made in this game. So it is more important than ever for us to ensure there's enough guidance here so people have no issues enjoying what this game has to offer. Don't give us guidance. Gameplay introduction, including it. Final Fantasy VII Revelation is a product of nostalgia and experience, crafted by a cross-generational team that represents something I've long associated with Final Fantasy at large: creative iteration. Somehow this trilogy has become a microcosm of the wider series, a distilled example of a concept being born, improved, and perfected before your very eyes. In Revelation, Hamaguchi is piloting the remake series to, I hope, a crescendo that Final Fantasy devotees rarely get to see, something that will tangibly, properly end. Great interview, Dom Pepiet. I'll make sure to link it down below. So if you're watching this video on YouTube later, make sure to check it. I like most of what he says, and I trust Hamaguchi a lot. I just, as a long-time Final Fantasy VII player, first of all, I don't think I'll be trying out the fit system at all, because I'm a traditionalist, as I've said. I want my characters to be who they are, to be themselves, to be able to show me their entire selves throughout the course of the game. I don't want to change them. Like, I don't feel the need to change my characters in order to feel comfortable. I don't see a need to do that. Their outfits are fine. Their design is fine. Their abilities are fine. Their preset abilities are fine. But anyone that wants to do that can do that. And I also don't like the hand holding, like the guidance. Like, don't block me out of an area just because you think I'm too low level for it. Let me at it. Let me have at it, and if I get KO'd, I get KO'd. Big deal, it's not the end of the world. If it's too difficult for me, I'll understand. I'll get the message. Like, I'll walk in, I'll get squashed, like a one-hit KO by the boss or the enemies in the area, and I'll leave. I'll be like, okay, let's not go in there. It's happened to me multiple times, like literally the other day in the Adventures of Elliot, as I said. So, yeah, other than that, really looking forward to it. Of course, day one purchase. Deluxe edition, since collector's editions aren't available here in Australia, and even when they are, they come in very limited quantities. So they disappear like that. I wish Square Enix would do something to fix that, but not likely to happen anytime in the near future. I like how Eurogamer calls this the big Final Fantasy VII interview, and it was like, yeah, it's kind of done. Like, okay, big. Anyway, but it was a really good interview. He said stuff that we wanted to hear. He said stuff like, it wasn't anything new. There wasn't anything new in there though. My favorite statement was, where is it? It's somewhere here. Here it is. The world is even bigger than it was in Rebirth. And this is something that I always suspected, right? Because in Rebirth, you had sort of limited access to the entire world. You had access to some areas of what we know is the wider map of the OG FF7. Now we're going to have access to the full map. We're going to go to new areas like Rocket Town, like, I don't know, the Northern Crater, like, yeah. But we're also going to have access to the previous areas as well. They're going to change a bit, but we're still going to be able to go there. And even Midgar, which was, the first game. The entire first game was in Midgar. So, yeah, now everything is going to come back together. Of course, when they say Midgar, they don't mean all of Midgar. So they can't stuff all that in a single game. But I'm going to be interested to see how they changed it. How they were able to downsize it to to fit into a single game. Anyway, I'm going to close this window right now because it's got like literally 10,000 ads. It blocked 10,000 ads while I was in there, and I've got to stop that. Yeah, 9:30. It's still 8 o'clock, so we still have about an hour and 40 minutes to spend. Waste. So we're going to check everything that happened yesterday. Let's see. Anything else? No. No, it was just Evercold. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some tea. No, what I'm going to do is I might put the keynote on from yesterday and take a look at the content that was... Oh, no. Should we check all these things? Yeah, let's check all these videos first. I'm going to turn the music off now because... I'm going to pause the music because now we're going to start listening to this. Okay. Let's check it out. This is the new job they announced. Let's turn it up a bit. It's called Bastion. Apparently it has 2 shields, which then can turn into claws. I think it's a perfect tank job because you've got shields that you can use to fight. I'm just wondering why they called it Bastion. Anyway. Looks like he's got some good abilities there. The music kicks ass though. So he can actually shoot stuff as well? Is he using magic? Create shields. Oh, blast from underneath the ground. Yep, that makes sense. So those claws look mechanical. They look like mini cannons. How many jobs does Final Fantasy XIV have at this point? Okay, cool. Let's go back. New area. The realm Naglfar. Realm Ship of Water. I saw this on Twitter yesterday, this video, but it was very bad quality. Apparently all of Evercold, all the cities in Evercold, all the cities are going to be on airships. Because that's the premise of the story. It's like humanity escaped the surface because everything froze. And now they live on airships. They've built cities on airships, literally. If you don't know a lot about Final Fantasy, the overall Final Fantasy XIV story, it's that there was once upon a time there was one world, but in order to survive, something happens, a big calamity happened, and in order to survive, it broke to 14 pieces, that one world. And now you travel, you save the universe. There was in Endwalker, there was going to be a huge disaster to destroy all 14 of these worlds, which are called shards, right? So now that you've saved them, it seems like you're going to each one of them and exploring them. I don't know exactly what's happening at each of these worlds, but that's pretty much the premise of it. So this is the 4th. We've already been to the 1st. We went to the 1st in Shadowbringers, and we saved it. So this one's the 4th world. And in the 4th, apparently the premise is that everything froze at one point because of something that happened. Everything froze, and people had to build these huge. There were these monsters that froze everything apparently. So people and the people that lived there had to build these huge airships, and they created cities on top of the airships, and they live there now. That's pretty much the premise of the story. Don't at me on it. Okay. New city, Fargarth. Fargarth. So wait, is this on the... Looks pretty chill. There's no people here, or players. That's why it looks quiet. After launch, it'll just be full of people talking. I love the song. So these are the shops. That's the Aetherite. The Aetherite Plaza. And now we have Ringorni. This is more industrial. Again, it's another airship, right? Like if they show it from afar. And you use airships to travel between airships. Like you're looking at this and you think it's a lake, right? But it actually is a lake, but the lake is on an airship. Like that's what they've done. The insane people. I suspect that by the end of the scenario of the main story of Evercold, you'll probably have saved this world from the cold and restored it to regular temperatures. Lava. The floor is lava. See, that's how they keep the airship going. Someone said this looks like Midgar from far away. Wow. Look at all the chimneys. Imagine all the climate disaster this is causing. Hello. Lovely. Let's go back. And this is a new alliance raid. I don't know. They're doing it. It's a new collaboration alliance raid that they're doing with the Evangelion anime. I actually haven't seen this. Let's check it out. I think they showed this last time. Evangelion. I love the hand-drawn design in the background. Special guest artist and designer Mahiro Maeda. Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 thrice upon a time. Mad Max Fury Road. Evangelion Final Fantasy XIV. Ghosts of Desire. Ara. That means joy. Evangelion 30th anniversary. Evangelion is one of the biggest franchises in Japan, so I can see why they'd want to do a collaboration with 14. but some people are complaining. They're like, they're putting too much content from other franchises in Final Fantasy XIV. And there's not enough original Final Fantasy XIV content. It's like you're getting so much that you don't even need it. But anyway, moving on. Moving on. What else? Oh yeah, that's right. I did say I was gonna. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back to the keynote. Anaheim? No, not Anaheim.
Completely new adventure activity UI.
Yesterday's. 14? Yep. All right. Now let's head towards the end. Is this from yesterday? Dude, 9 hours. Holy crap. All right.
Everyone's mind is, what is the theme of the new 8-player raid series?
All right, let's look at this. Because we've been talking about Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy XIV. So now we're going to talk about both.
So to give you a hint, we want you to listen to this track. Play
it. Yoshida. You madman. Throws it on the screen. Beyond the live stream.
Final Fantasy VII Remake シリーズとのクロスオーバー。コンテンツ名は Beyond the Life Stream と言います。
For the upcoming 8-player raid, we'll be collaborating with Final Fantasy VII, the title of the raid being Beyond the Life Stream.
さあ、ではここで
Good decision.
スペシャルゲストをお呼びしたいと思います。
And to help
You
give
gotta
us,
love this poster, though.
a little sneak peek of what is to come, I'd like to welcome to the stage a special guest.
Final Fantasy VII Remake シリーズディレクターの浜口直樹です。
Remake series director Naoki Hamaguchi.
He literally wore that suit for like the whole presentation. It looks heavy, man. There's so many people in that room. Just FYI, this was from yesterday. This has already happened. It's got nothing to do with the presentation we're going to see later.
初登場となりますね。では浜口さん、世界中の FF ファンの皆さん、そして14光の選手の皆さんにぜひご挨拶をお願いします。
So, seeing as this is your first time to appear with us on the stage at FanFest, let's give Hamaguchi-san a few moments to say hello to the Final Fantasy fans around the world and Warriors of Light.
はい、光の選手の皆さん、こんにちは。
What's he wearing?
Warriors of Light.
He's got little accessories on his hand.
ファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズディレクターの浜口直樹です。
My name is Naoki Hamaguchi, director of the Final Fantasy VII Remake series.
Nice top. Not better than mine. Mine's better.
このですね、ファイナルファンタジー14の、ファンフェスティバル初めて参加させていただきました。
And this is my first time here at a Final Fantasy XIV fan fest.
Woo!
本当にですね、今日この場に立ってて、とても楽しみにしていましたし、とても光栄に感じています。
I've been really looking forward to being able to be here with all of you, and it is such an honor to be here right now.
Great job of the interpreter. Although they probably rehearsed this to death.
ファイナルファンタジー7レベレーションも発売時期ね発表され、いろいろ期待がねこう高まっていく中でのこうクロスオーバーなんですが、そのリベレーションのね開発状況とかそれにかける思いとか、そして今回のねこのビヨンドザライフストリームに関してちょっとコメントをお願いできると助かります。
So with the release of the final chapter in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, coming soon, I can imagine a lot of people will have their eyes on this exciting crossover. So, how is development on Revelation going? And what are your thoughts on Final Fantasy XIV and beyond?
Can you imagine if we had brought a trailer for Final Fantasy VII Revelation? It's like, this is our show now, bitch. This is my show now.
So, first of all, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, as the final chapter of the remake series, will be
But
coming
honestly-
out next spring.
Well, thank you.
But the 14 crews are very dedicated, so you don't want to mess with them.
そうでですね、今開発チーム一同ですね、皆さんの期待に応えられる作品になるよう、もうオンタイムで開発を進めておりますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。
And the development team is really, really hard at work to make sure that it both lives up to all your expectations and comes out on time. So please bear with us just a little bit longer.
Woo! Woo! Come on, get hyped.
Thank you. そ
Yay!
してですね、
Revelation!
皆さんもご存知の通りではありますが、ファイナルファンタジー14も来年の1月ですね、エバーコールドのリリースを迎えます。
And as you guys well know, Final Fantasy XIV Evercold will be coming out in January.
Yep. We know. We know.
こういったタイミングでですね、双方の作品の魅力を感じていただくこと
He's
が
like,
できる
okay, dude, come on, get it out.
を通じてですね、このファイナルファンタジーフランチャイズ全体の魅力を感じていただきたいと思います。
And so we thought this was really the perfect time to sort of come together in a united front as Final Fantasy to show what's great about both 7 and 14 in Beyond the Livestream.
はい、
Sure.
もちろんですね、この、プロジェクトは両チームで力を合わせて制作をしています。
And of course, both teams are really hard at work on making this happen.
I
コラ
bet.
ボレーションという形で協力してやっていけることをとても嬉しく思っていますし、しっかりとしたものを作っていきます。
And I'm really delighted to be able to have this collaboration with the 14 team, so we want to make sure that we're putting something really special together.
じゃあせっかくなのでレイドの詳細もうちょっとお伝えしましょう。
All right, so because you're here, let's take a closer look at some of those crossover details.
まあタイトルはね、Beyond the Life Stream で
All right, so the title, Beyond the Livestream.
8.01 から、スタートになります。8.1じゃないですよ。8.01ですよ。
Again, starting in 8.01, not 8.1, 8.01.
まあ全3回のレイドシリーズとして、今回もやっていきます。
And again,
So-
the collab will feature
Whoops.
3 full tiers.
What he means by not 8.1 but 8.01 is, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's different patches come out. Like 8.00 is literally Evercold, is literally the expansion. So after that, they have different patches. 8.1 is going to be the next big patch with the big content. Like it continues the main story, continues the main scenario, brings out new dungeons and a whole bunch of other stuff. But 8.01 is going to come out somewhere in between. Like 8.1 might come out, I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 months after. So if Evercold comes out in January, 8.1, which Evercold is 8.0, it's 0.0 for the expansion. 8.1 might come out in, I don't know, say May, April, May, somewhere at that point. But 8.01, it's like essentially telling players, look, take some time to enjoy the main scenario and the content of Evercold, finish the main story, and then we'll give you this as well. Like it might come out a month later or a few weeks later, a few weeks down the line. So yeah, it's like essentially it's going to be its own thing. It's separating it. It's just giving it a bit of room to breathe. It's giving Evercold a bit of room to breathe before they introduce this raid. So I think it's really interesting that they're doing it that way because they want to emphasize on it. They want to give the raid its own breathing space, and that's interesting because that's good because it's an important raid, and it's the year where both Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy VII are having, like, it's the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII, and it's the year where they're releasing the third part of the remake trilogy, so they want to give it its own space. And I think that's really important, and honestly, we should have seen it coming, right?
そして先ほどねお伝えした通り、ノーマル、新しい難度、サベージの3つ
So this might not come out in January. this might come out in February. February or maybe late January. I don't know.
ラウンドでお届けしてまいります。
And again, it will feature the 3 difficulty levels: the normal, the new difficulty, and savage.
光の戦士の皆さんがですね、思う存分楽しめるように開発を進めております。
Again, we're developing it so every warrior of light can enjoy the content.
そしてですね、気になるストーリー、
Sorry.
シナリオなんですが、もちろんね、浜口さんにもいろいろ協力していただいてはいるんですが、
So again, now as for the storyline, the main scenario, Hamaguchi-san here has been helping us out a lot with this.
こうなっております。
And this is how it's going to go.
That is an all-star team. That is an all-star team, by the way. By the way.
今回ですね、こう14チームからですね、この提案を受けたときに、結構あのキャラクターも出したい、このキャラクターも出したい、こんな展開をしたいみたいな、ものすごく
And we're not even done yet.
高い熱量を感じました。
So when we first got the proposal from the 14 team, we really felt a lot of passion. It was like, so we're going to have this character, and then if we could have this character, and then maybe this kind of twist, it's going to be great.
だったらですね、やっぱこう我々のチームとしてもですね、本気でやっぱこれに向き合ってですね、シナリオライターとしては鳥山元夢を、参加してもらってます。
And then we were like, okay, well, you know, we've got to take this seriously too. So as a scenario writer, we have Motomo Toriyama-san taking part as well.
でもちろんシナリオの監修には野島さんにも参加していただいているので、セブンらしい世界観やキャラクター性っていうのもしっかりと守って感じていただけるようなものになっております。
And it goes without saying as well that Kazushige Nojima-san will be supervising the story to make sure that everything really feels true to both the characters and world of Seven.
そしてもちろんね、気になるデザインね。
So when we talk about the art design, was who involved with it?
Yeah. Again, all-star team, right? Like the only big names
もちろん
that I don't see on there Yoshinori Kitase and Nobuo Uematsu. Those are
Tetsuya Nomura-san is
literally...
taking a hands-on role in supervising the art design.
はい。で当然登場のキャラクター、ボスのデザインまで含めて、やっぱファイナルファンタジー14の中でもファイナルファンタジー7らしさをしっかり感じてもらえるような、そんな監修をしっかり重ねています。
And when it comes to the character designs, the boss designs, we want to make sure that you can really get that Final Fantasy VII flavor inside of Final Fantasy XIV.
はい。まだですね、今日はこれ以上お伝えできない部分が多いんですけど、このファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズから私をはじめ野村、鳥山、野島といった本当にコアスタッフがしっかりと関わっております。
I'm afraid I can't go into much more detail today, but I do want to just let you know that the core members of the team from the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, so that's myself, that's Toriyama-san, Nojima-san, Nomura-san, we are all heavily involved in this.
はい。なのでファイナルファンタジー7のファンはもちろんですけど、ファイナルファンタジー14の皆さんにもしっかりと楽しんでいただける内容になっています。
So this is something that I guarantee both Final Fantasy VII fans and Final Fantasy XIV fans are really going to enjoy.
今
So like...
今ね、キャラクターっていう単語が出ましたんで、誰かが
So like within Square Enix, I can't imagine a team of more talented creators. As I said, apart from Nobuo Uematsu doing the music, but rather than him, we do have Masayoshi Soken, who can sort of like pay homage to that music and sort of like transform it for Final Fantasy XIV. And who else? Yoshinori Kitase, who's now become the brand ambassador for Final Fantasy. So he's sort of involved. He has to be. So if you take all that into consideration, you have these two, the Naoki Yoshida, Naoki Hamaguchi, Tetsuya Nomura, you have Kazushige Nojima, you have Motomo Toriyama, who like I'm not too fond of because he's responsible for 13. But anyway, another story. You have the writing team of Final Fantasy XIV, who we all know they're bloody incredible. They're all superstars. This is going to be like it's going to be an incredible crossover. Like I don't think we fully appreciate what we have here because there's two teams coming together, and both teams are incredible. Like, I would love to see especially what Kazushige Nojima and the Final Fantasy XIV writing team come up with, because both teams they've written some amazing stories, right? So, of course, we all know that this isn't going to be some huge story. It's just going to be a small raid, and it's mostly for the for advertising purposes. Let's not fool ourselves, but still, I would like to see what kind of story they come up with, because I'm sure that even given a small, very small space, they can come up with something incredibly good. And who knows, maybe this is a raid that, that goes on. So it's not just like, okay, here, take your raid and you're done with it. I think this is something that we might get, that Final Fantasy XIV players might get more and more of down the line. Anyway.
FF7 の世界から14の世界にやってくるんじゃないかなと思います。
So, you mentioned characters. Does that mean we're going to be getting some important visitors from FF7 into the world of FF14?
皆さん誰が来てほしいですか？
You already know that Tifa's going to be in this. You already know that Tifa's going to be in this, right?
Reeve Twisty.
Reeve Twisty. Loving the Reeve love. Loving the Reeve Twisty love. It doesn't get enough of it.
We did, of course, have plenty of initial requests from the 14 team about we want this character.
Ooh, I wonder who.
今回一緒にですね、世界観を話していく中で、
Zach?
我々のチームからもですね、やっぱりもうこのキャラクターを出したいし、これも出そうみたいな感じで、どんどん増えていってます。
And then as we were talking about the kind of lore, the setting.
It'll also be really cool to see, Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, Zack, Sephiroth, and all them interact with these characters, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. That's going to be super cool. Because Final Fantasy XIV has created its own batch of really great characters. Apart, all of them. Alphino, Alisei. My favorite is I keep forgetting his name. Not Estinian. Estinian's really cool too, but the guy with the white hair. Come on. I'm angry. Now I want to find him. Members. What was his name? Thancred. Thancred, Urianger. Graha's really fun too. Just like all of them. They're like... It's going to be great to see the interactions between the two groups. Of course, the language barrier is going to be there too, because if someone tries to hear Urianger speak, so someone like Cloud or Barrett tries to communicate with Urianger, that's going to be really funny. It's like, what's this guy going on about?
Where we were going this, our team was like, actually, can we put this one in too? What about this one?
でもね、本当にちょっと開発チームには苦労をかけてるんですけど、それだけでも両チームがですね、すごい強い熱量で取り組んでいます。
And so I do have to apologize to our development teams about all the extra work we're giving them.
Yep.
But I can guarantee that there is a lot of passion on both sides of this.
はい、ぜひですね、今後の情報をお楽しみにください。
So please look forward to further updates in future.
The Final Fantasy VII development team need to take a huge paid holiday after the release of the final part, because they've been given so much work, right? Do you understand how much extra work it is to create this raid? And not just the 14 development team, the 7 development team, but the 14 development team as well. Like, I understand that this is their job, but because these games are now coming to, and I think the 14 development team might be a bit more used to it, right? Because they've done this several times in the past, and by now it's just like, same old for them. But for 7, because this is happening for the last time, they're gearing up, and now they're like, we have to do our best, because it's the send-off, right, of this really important flagship franchise and flagship series for the biggest... Final Fantasy VII is literally the biggest thing that Square Enix owns. Literally. There's nothing bigger than that. So I can imagine they're under immense pressure. Like, everything has to be perfect for this last game. And not just that, but every bit of promotional material, every bit of advertising material, every bit of collaboration. So I imagine they're feeling the heat. And that's why I said that after that, they need to be given, like, they all need to take a long vacation. I would not want to be in that office right now, honestly. But that doesn't have to be an extensive vacation, right? Like that they should be, like the company should maintain them. We all know that they have Creative Studio One. That studio should remain. And I've said it before, rather than creating a new game or rather than creating Final Fantasy 17, that studio should keep doing remakes. Like I think they should do Final Fantasy 8. And I saw the other day and I retweeted a post from Kazushige Nojima. He said that he was asked about it, if he would be interested in doing a Final Fantasy VIII remake. And he's like, yeah, let's get Square Enix on it. So hopefully, fingers crossed. I would be up for the remake I want most is Final Fantasy VIII. Like, we've talked a lot about a Final Fantasy IX remake, and I would be up for that as well, but the remake I want most is Final Fantasy VIII. Because I feel like the art style of that game really suits, it would be really suitable for a remake. It's a lot like Resident Evil, and those games got the remake treatment, so why shouldn't Final Fantasy VIII? I feel like it would be easy. Way easier than Final Fantasy VII even. Plus, the story isn't even that long. So I don't think it would be that difficult to give Final Fantasy VIII a remake. Anyway. Getting off topic. Full partnership with Final Fantasy VII Remake development team.
Final Fantasy VII Remake チームと Final Fantasy XIV チームが、全力でタッグを組んでお届けする Beyond the Life Stream、Evercold のリリース後、メインクエストが一段落ついたあたりのパッチ 8.01 からスタート予定です。ぜひご期待ください。
Beyond the Life Stream
sure.
is a 100% collaborative effort between both the 7 Remake and 14 teams, and we'll be ready for you with the release of our first scheduled post-launch update in 8.01.
Yep. Like, I'm not going to play this, but I might watch someone else play it and live stream it to you.
その8人レイドについてここまでなんですが、浜口さんもうちょっといてください。
So that's all we can talk about today regarding our 8-player raid, but I'd like Hamaguchi-san to remain on the stage here just a little while longer.
Yeah.
もうちょっとね。
What did he say?
パッチ 7.56 に
Alright, sorry, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Stay here, don't go anywhere. Not that there is anyone here, but I don't know, someone might be watching. All right, we're back.
ついてもう一個お知らせございます。
Why, you ask? Because in patch 7.56, we have something else coming.
事前にねお知らせした通り9月8日にリリースされます。
So as you know, patch 7.56 drops on the 8th of September.
ここではですねメインクエストパート2と新たなるリミテッドジョブである魔術界が実装となります。
And with it, part 2 of the main scenario quests come out, as well as the introduction of our new special job, Beastmaster.
ただしですねこのパッチ 7.56 期間中にもう一つ
But a little while after the 7.56 release, we'll be introducing one more surprise.
Gold Saucer. Everyone thought that they would be implementing the Gold Saucer from Rebirth into Final Fantasy XIV. Like, they got punked.
登場します。
A new attraction for the Gold Saucer is dropping.
あれでもこれなんかファイナルファンタジー7のゴールドソーサーですよね。
But this is the Final Fantasy VII Gold Saucer?
ああまあでもよく見るとあれエオルゼアの NPC だよ。
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, you can see some, the Orzian font there at the bottom. So it's
これはあれですか、ファイナルファンタジー14のゴールドソーサーの中にファイナルファンタジー7のゴールドソーサーを持ってきたっていうことなんですか？
So
This was the
you
most
tell
random
me that you've
announcement.
taken the Final Fantasy VII Gold Saucer and you've put it inside the Final Fantasy XIV Gold Saucer.
まあせっかくね、オリジナルのゴールドソーサーがありますからセブンには、こちらでね繰り広げられるコンテンツがこちらになっております。
and we had to take inspiration from somewhere, and that's the original FF7 Gold Saucer. So our new content we'd like to announce.
なんだこれこのコンテンツ新しいゴールドソーサーのコンテンツ名前をキーバウンドブローラーと言います。
And the name of the new attraction is
So random.
Keybound Brawler.
Keybound Brawler.
これ
I don't know.
あれですか
I don't know,
タイ
dude.
ピングゲームですか？
I have no idea.
Is this a typing game?
で
Yes.
そうこれ、最大4人で、マルチプレイに対応したタイピングゲームです。
That's
Sorry, I
right.
was
It's an
looking, I was
online
literally
typing
looking
game
at
that can
Twitter.
be played with up to
1 hour to go until the main event.
これ本当ファイナルファンタジー
What a
14の
random thing to
発想が
announce.
ものすごく面白いですね。
What
I
a
just wanna say
random
that
thing
The rich imagination of the 14 team is inspiring.
To say the least.
ファイナルファンタジー14のゴールド
Why
ソーサ
would you announce a
ーと
typing
ファイナル
game?
ファンタジー7のゴールドソーサーを合わせるとタイピングゲーム。
It's like you put.
You go, so we've got the Final Fantasy VII Gold Saucer plus the Final Fantasy XIV Gold Saucer equals typing game.
Like, what kind of
ちょっ
logic?
と私の考えにはない
What
です
type of
I mean, I
logic?
didn't quite follow that train of thought.
No. I don't think anyone did. I don't think anyone
皆さん
did.
だってキーボード持ってるでしょ
I mean, everybody has a keyboard, right?
ね
But-
まあ
yeah.
ほらチャットが
A good excuse to use your keyboard. A lot of players are on
Good at chatting with
PS5.
keyboard, so
でも練習しようよ
I literally went through the entirety. No, hang on. I literally went through the entirety of Final Fantasy of A Realm Reborn to Endwalker without having a keyboard. Like I wasn't playing with others. I was playing on my own.
こちらのコンテンツ公開日は10月28日にゴールドソーサーにオープンします。
this new attraction hits the Gold Saucer on October 28th.
Thanks. We won't be going. Oh, it's a fat
チョ
chocobo who's got in his hand.
And then you can expect regular updates from then on.
Okay. Updates to what? New words?
キーバウンドブローラー今お話しした通りキーボードを使って遊ぶタイピングゲーム第1弾です。
So Keybound Brawler is the first in a series of typing challenges that we have planned.
そ
You
の
got
第
more?
1弾のテーマがファイナルファンタジー7になってると。
The theme for our first challenge just so happens to be FF7.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can see mid guy in the background.
行かない。なんなん
So red.
あ行った
What?
ファイナルファン登場す
Ooh,
る、ね、
Marlboro.
エリアとか敵ボスも FF7 から登場するんですが
So you can expect lots of locations, enemies, bosses, etc. from the game.
タイピングして
I don't know why I want to play this.
時のワード、キーワードも FF7 に関連するものだらけです。
So you'll also need to brush up on your FF7 vocabulary as you'll need to type those words to attack the enemies.
You know what? This is good. This is good because some people actually learn how to type and how to spell certain words because literally people's vocabulary skills have gone down the drain. So this might actually help them. This is actually a good addition. Smart.
単語とか固有名詞たくさん出てくるので。
And again, there's a
I'm
lot
actually one of them.
specific
We
words
rely on
to FF7.
autocorrect way too much, dude.
So it's time to brush up.
まあこのキーワードブローラーというコンテンツですね。こうやってコラボレーションと親和性が非常に高いので。
This is not a collaboration.
第2弾、第3弾またテーマを
This is not a
変えて
collaboration.
お届けしていこうかなと思ってます。
This type of game happens to be well suited to collaborations, making it easy to swap in different themes.
まあこういったシステムを作ったことによって
Very random.
クイズバトルとかそういったもの
Quiz
を
battle.
作れるようになるので、まあキーボードを使って遊んでいくものを今後
So
も
like the system asks you a question and if you get it right, it's like you score a hit on the enemy.
いろいろ考えていきたいなと思って
50
ます。
I mean, we can use it for things such as like maybe trivia battles or quiz battles.
Yeah.
Things, again, because this is a system that allows us to utilize our keyboard in these type of mini games, it gives us the foundation for lots of things moving forward.
まあこ
I feel
の
like
第
he's
一弾
pushing
が
this
今回
a
は
lot.
Final Fantasy VII で
Like, no, come on, play it. It's actually
Once
good.
again, that first thing being Final Fantasy VII collab.
じゃあ
You don't like it?
例えば他のフ
I
ァ
don't
ンタジー
care.
のナンバリングだったりとか、まあ、ドラゴンクエストだったりとか、なんかテーマを切
Play it
替えるん
anyway.
ですか？
So what you're saying is you could do another mainline Final Fantasy or even a Dragon Quest?
Yes.
いやいや
そうですね。
Or even a Kingdom
ステー
Hearts?
ジとか敵のデザインとか
I still
キーワードを
haven't-
変えて
They still haven't done a Kingdom Hearts
それに合わせ
collaboration.
て用意したりすることで、まあいろんな世界観、それからね、コンテンツ展開していきたいなと思ってます。他の会社様でもご興味あるところ連絡をお待ちしております。
Again, we can always add new vocabulary as well as appropriate prizes. This system, again, gives us this foundation for a lot of different collab opportunities moving forward. So if you happen, and it doesn't even have to be a game company. So if you're a company that wants to work with Final Fantasy XIV and have a typing game, please send us an email.
あ、なるほど。じゃあ、あれなんですね。なんか我々のチームに結構報酬の慣習が多くあったんですけど、それってこれ用のやつだったんですね。
Now you come to mention it, actually, we have had quite a few requests in our team to review rewards. Is this where they're going to be used?
まあもちろんリワードたくさん欲しいですもんね。
Again, if you're going to be playing this game, you're going to want rewards for what you do. So
モデルの協力とかね、監修本当にありがとうございました。
again, I want to extend my thanks to the FF7 team for all of their help with the supervision and modeling.
He's looking like, what the heck is this guy doing?
報酬の目玉こちらです。
Like,
We're talking about rewards. This is what you'll all be keybound brawling for first.
uh-huh. Well, see, now it gives them it gives them the
は
motivation.
い、皆さんご存知のバレットとティファのコスチューム
Everyone's going to be
になります
keybound
You
brawling.
may have guessed.
They
this
were
is
all
Barrett
keybound
Tifa's
brawling.
outfit.
いやいや本当に監修ありがとうございました。
Yes, thank you very much for all the supervision.
We don't get Vincent's
でも
outfit.
あれ
I'm
バレ
out.
ットのガトリングなくなっちゃってます？
But where's Barrett's gun?
Damn, that cape, though.
まあでもねさ、ガトリング腕につけると、普通の武器がほら触れなくなっちゃう。
She's literally wearing
You
rags.
can imagine if that
Just
the
rags.
Gatling gun is there, then you won't be able to hold your regular weapons.
ああ、なるほどね。まあちょっと残念ですけど、まあわかります。
I mean, I get it. It's kind of a shame.
まあなので、ファッションアクセサリーとしてご用意しました。
But we couldn't just leave it out, so we made it a fashion accessory.
Yep, there you go.
やった。これだったらしっかりなりきれますね。
Okay, great. Now we're Barrett.
ファッションアクセサリーなので、ちゃんと撃てるようになってますんで。
And because it's a fashion accessory, it will be able to fire. So
はい。というわけで
Honestly, that's a bit offensive, though, because it wasn't Barrett's choice to lose his hand. But anyway.
期待してます。
all right, so there are a lot of great prizes available to win, so break out your keyboards and get ready.
もちろんね、タイピングの練習にもなりますしね。
And there's no better way to practice your touch typing.
I know, right? That actually does help people.
素晴らしい発表ありがとうございます。
So again, thanks for the wonderful announcement there.
I like how that M sort of like dissipates into the live stream.
ライブストリームだけじゃなくてですね、タイピング
Great
まで
touch.
ファイナルファンタジーの
Priority seating. Nice, dude.
Double Final Fantasy collaboration, not just with Beyond the Livestream, but also with a typing game.
やっぱり同じファイナルファンタジーのシリーズとして
I feel like he knew nothing about that at all.
So this is a great opportunity for both of our teams to come together as teams working on Final Fantasy to get the whole series going and hyped even more.
まあなかなかねここまで
Because you need that.
シリーズ2つねナンバーを超えてこう連携して盛り上げていこうシリーズをみたいなのも初めての試みなので、すごく我々自身もエキサイトしてるので楽しみに待ってもらいたいなと思います。
Again, it's been exciting to work with Hamaguchi-san on this collaboration and bringing our two projects together to create something that's very
I think
exciting
they're
for
like
everyone.
20 years apart.
2人とも
In
偶
age.
然にもね名前が直樹なんですよね。
But more importantly, the two of us have the same name, Naoki.
Interesting.
まあスクエニ全体のね開発をどう盛り上げていくかみたいなところでも実はこの数年タイトルを離れても一緒にかなり仕事をする機会がありました。
The two of us have been able to work closely over the past several years, not just on games, but also to kind of bring Square Enix as a company into a new era.
そうですね。
Good.
お互いのプロジェクトだけじゃないところで
For all of us.
関わりもありますし、今後さらに増えそうですね。
Yeah, I mean, we have lots of opportunity to talk, not necessarily about our games, but it seems like there'll be even more opportunity in future.
さあでは浜口さん
Wait. Hold the horses. Hold the horses. Why is he saying that? I mean, apart from the collaboration, do you reckon that, like, Final Fantasy 17, hear me out. Final Fantasy 17, producer, Naoki Yoshida, director, Naoki Hamaguchi. I'm just putting it out there. Dude, because it seems like they collaborate well. I don't know. Just saying. Just saying, it's a possibility. It's something that could happen, and like depending on how this collaboration works out, like you could bring the two studios together and they could create the game collaboratively, you know? Boom shakalaka. So like Creative Business Studios 1 and 3 bringing you Final Fantasy XVII.
まずファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズ、本当に今完結作に向かっております。
All right, Hamaguchi-san, is there anything you'd like to tell the fans in closing?
So, first of all, as we've been saying, the Final Fantasy VII Remake series is approaching its climax.
でもちろんファイナルファンタジー14も新しい展開に向かっております。
And of course, Final Fantasy XIV is setting out on a new saga as well.
やっぱこのね同じファイナルファンタジーのシリーズとしてですね、このタイミングで両チームで一緒に取り組めることをすごく嬉しく感じております。
And I am so delighted to have the opportunity to collaborate across Final Fantasies at such an important time for both
Across
teams.
Final Fantasies.
Beyond the Life Stream、ファイナルファンタジーレボリューション、双方ですね、こうファイナルファンタジー14の皆さん、光の戦士の皆さんとファイナルファンタジー7のファンの皆さんにしっかり楽しんでいただけるよう最後までやりきりますので、ぜひご期待ください。
We will be working our absolute hardest on
We'll be
both
working our
Beyond the
asses off.
Livestream, on Final Fantasy VII Revelation, to make sure that the 14 fans out there and the 7 fans out there can really enjoy what we're making.
最後にはなりますが、皆さんの本当に温かい声援ありがとうございます。今日はとても楽しい時間を過ごすことができました。本当に今日はありがとうございます。
And finally, thank you so,
guy's
so
always saying
much for
thank you.
such a warm welcome. It's been an absolute
This guy's so
pleasure to be
humble.
here with you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
改めましてファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズディレクターの浜口直樹でした。
Let's have another round of
大きな
applause.
拍手を
Can't wait to see you in
Fantasy VII
a month.
Series Director Naoki Hamaguchi, thank you.
in Germany again. You might as well stay there, dude. Just move a bit to the north in Cologne for Gamescom.
え
I'm just going to be camping
浜
there.
口さんにはですね明日 Day2 にスペシャルステージ直樹の部屋というのコーナーがございます。
So, for those of you who want to hear more from Hamaguchi-san, we have a special panel.
明日のその直樹の部屋
Three quarters.
スペシャルゲストとして浜口さんに
In
参加
three
してもらっ
quarters.
てですね
We're going to watch
きっ
it.
と FF シリーズの開発とかそういったトークを、 ここで行おうと思いますので、明日のステージもぜひお楽しみに。
He will be joining us tomorrow and talking all about Final Fantasy and game development at tomorrow's Naoki's Room panel.
Naoki's room.
ナオキーズルームね。
Double Naoki's Room.
Naoki's room.
はい。さあ、次、もうそろそろ終わりに近づいてきたんで、ちょっとね、時間もやばくなってきたんで、ちょっと巻き気味でいきます。
All right, so we're getting close to the end. We're running out of time. So
We might as well watch it. We might as well watch the rest of it.
14の任天堂スイッチ2版についてのアップデートです。
So next up, we have a quick update on the Nintendo Switch 2 version's release date.
まずですね、2026年8月お伝えしてい
Like 5 days?
ついに8月4日に、リリースとなります。
So in Anaheim, we told you
4/8.
August 2026, but the exact date is actually August
4th. Okay.
いやもうね、本当に長らく待ってもらったんで、
So
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
Yeah, we knew that you've
A
been waiting for this for a long
week
time,
and
so
a
we're very
half.
happy to bring this to you.
A week from Tuesday.
8月
A week from
4
Tuesday.
日より各種パッケージの発売、それからフリートライアル開始します。
Game goes
So
on
August
sale,
4th,
free
that's when
trial.
the game will
Oh,
go on sale and we'll be kicking off our free trial.
もちろんまずサーバーの安定
so like at this point, the only Final Fantasy that's not on Switch 2 is Final Fantasy 15.
So to
Oh, and
ensure
16.
our servers are stable, we will be offering this first month free of subscription charges.
その後は正式サービスへ移行してプレイ料金が発生す
Wait,
るので
is
ご注意
16 on?
くださ
No,
い。
no, no,
So
it's
after
not.
that first month, we'll officially begin service and subscription fees will incur where applicable.
すでに他のプラットフォーム
I
で
really can't see how 16 could go on
プレイ
Switch
してい
2.
ただいている方も、任天堂スイッチ2版の
I
サ
could
ー
be
ビ
wrong.
ス利用料金がすみません必要となります。
Remember, as I mentioned back in Anaheim, to play on the Nintendo Switch 2, you'll require a subscription specifically for the Nintendo Switch version, regardless of whether you're already paying a subscription for
But
another
kudos for
version of the
them
game.
bringing it to
た
the
だし
Switch
です
2.
ね、他のプラットフォームにてプレイ券がアクティブな方はスイッチ2版のプレイ料金っていうのは半額にさせていただきますので、
That said, those who wish to play on a Switch 2 and retain their existing active subscriptions will get 50% off their Nintendo Switch 2 version subscription.
Nice.
さらにですね、任天堂スイッチオンラインには未加入でも、プレイ可能なので、ぜひ予約の方をよろしく
See,
お願い
that's
し
good.
ま
They're
す。
not taking advantage of.
Remember, Nintendo Switch Online membership is not required to play, so those interested, pre-order today.
プリオーダー本当
Lovely.
この後本日間もなく始まりますので、ぜひよろしくお願いします。
Like it says there, the pre-orders start later today.
さあ予約
あ
スタートできたらですね、公式 SNS アカウントなどでもお知らせさせていただきますので、ぜひぜひご予約の方よろしくお願いします。
At the official start time, we will be doing a blast on our social channels, and so keep an eye out if you're looking to pre-order.
さてさて、今回お知らせは以上なんですが、発売日もね間もなくお伝えしていけるタイミングがね来るかと思うんですが、今日制作が進んでる、すいません、最後にコレクターズエディションをちょっと紹介させてください。
So now that we know exactly when both the Switch version and Evercold are coming out, it's time to talk about the collector's
Edition.
bundle.
Yes.
Ooh. Yoshitaka Amano, of course. Look at that artwork, dude. Wow.
こちらがですね、天野義孝先生に書き下ろしていただいた
Love that he calls him
コレク
sensei.
ターズエディションのボックスア
It's
ー
like
ト
the
とな
teacher.
っております。
So here we have this special box art commissioned to Yoshitaka Amano.
今回は光の戦士リーパー姿を
That's a
書き下ろ
collectible,
して
dude.
いただいております。
Our Warrior of Light is in full Reaper mode,
I still have mine from A Realm Reborn.
and he's ready for adventure on the 4th.
ではコレクターズの物理アイテム群ご紹介していきましょう。
But the bundle is not just about the box, but about what's inside.
こちらがですねコレクターズエディション
Okay.
の物理アイテム
Let's
たち
let's
です。
break it
So
down.
here are
Let's break it down. Not a big fan of action figures, but admittedly that does look kind of good. And look, it's got something with teeth on the left of it. Is that going to be that's going to be part of the story? It's not just teeth; it's got claws coming out. I just saw the claw. Look, it's kind of like going like that, trying to grab you. Wonder what that's all about. And he's riding some sort of wave. Next, you got I like that padded thing with the tree on it. I think that's my favorite thing out of this whole collection. And next, I like the keychain, but not the one with the little monster on it, the fluffy little thing. I like the keychain with the gold key thing. That's really awesome. Apart from that, I don't like the statue, and I don't like the fluffy little creature, whatever it is. I feel like this is created for weeaboos. I don't like using that term, but honestly, it's like a little children's toy. I wouldn't want that. The box looks incredible. Of course, Yoshitaka Amano at work here. And the in-game items are really cool too. Like the crystal shields are really nice, especially if you're going to be using that job. I wouldn't. I always stick to my Dark Knight. And the Odin mount, we'll see that in a bit.
The physical items that come
But they haven't put enough in it, I don't think. Like, I'd be happier if they took out the statue, the action figure, and added more smaller stuff.
They all fit in the beautiful Amano box to be delivered directly to you.
The Amano box.
ざっとですね、ご紹介しましょうか。
Let's take a look at each one.
Okay.
こちら、まずはね、
The Ethos metal keychain, I like that.
今回はリーパーとなっております。
Right there on the left, you see our expertly crafted figure, the Reaper.
So, like, is Reaper already an established job? Or is it coming in Evercold? Wait, let me check. Let me check for a second. Oh. Introduced on December 3rd, 2021. Alongside the Endwalker expansion. Really? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do remember it. Yeah, you're right. The final boss, what was his name? Xenos. I think Xenos was a Reaper.
こちら生カメも行こうかしら。
All right, we have the actual figure here on the stage, so let's
ここにあります。
get a close-up of this.
いけますか？
Doesn't look good on my big screen. I'll check it out here.
今回フィギュアの制作はですね、方針もいろいろ変更して、より大胆でスタイリッシュなデザインや造形にこだわりました。かなり。
This time, design-wise, we aimed for something very daring and stylish and went all out.
Yep.
そ
Yes,
して
certainly did.
キーホルダーの方ですね。こっち鍵ってずっと呼ばれてて、最近エートスっていう名前がねついたんです。
I like that.
So we've also included a keychain whose
That's awesome.
design is based on a certain key that we now know is called the Athos.
そこですね。
So is that the key to the fourth? Is that what gets you to the fourth?
そしてまだ
Guess you'll
ね
have to play the game to find
して
out.
ないのにずるいね。右小さいぬいぐるみ、早くも登場です。8.0 に登場する新たな
Kinda
部族
dumb.
コットル族ね。
You'll also be getting a mini plushie of one of the new NPC
I'm not a
races
fan of
called
plushies.
いやこいつ
Like,
よくで
dude.
きましたよ。
The quality is very good.
はい、ちょっと置いときますね。そしてですね、続いてこちらにあるのはですね、
That is really well
第
made.
4世界そのものをこう表しているという。
They
こちらにも出てきましたね。
They made one of those for Final Fantasy XVI, and dude, the fabric, the quality of the fabric is like astonishing. It is so good. It's like better than, like, I don't know, because I'm from a Greek family, so like we used to put those things on our table. So it's like that kind of quality. Before we ate, we would put like a tablecloth on the table, you know, for lunch. So it's that sort of quality. It's that good. Like, my mother saw it and she's like, it's amazing the attention of detail they've put in it. Like, they do a really good job. They don't mess around. So if you get this, it's going to maintain itself. That's what my mother said. She said, if you have this, she said, and it's going to stay like that forever. She said, this type of fabric, she says, it doesn't spoil. It doesn't, like, you would have to spoil, you have to actively destroy it. She said, like, burn it or something. But if you leave it like that, it'll never, like, you know how things things need maintenance, right? To to be able to, to look good, like towels and stuff. But she said that kind of fabric, no matter how long you have it, it doesn't need washing. It doesn't need, unless you intentionally ruin it. But if you take care of it, you'll have it forever. The fabric is incredible.
タペストリー、ミニタペストリーを今回付属させていただいて
We also have a mini tapestry that we'll be providing. That its design is based on the
Look, I
one
wish I could get
we
it
saw in the trailer
on its
and
own
represents
individually.
the
That's how
world of the
that's how
fourth.
good it is.
よいしょそしてね、さらにコレクターズエディションには当然、これら物理アイテムだけではなく、特別なインゲームアイテムも付属しております。
The collector's
Honestly,
bundle
with-
also comes with an
With how much stuff they've created over the years for all their collector's editions and stuff, they could create an in-person shop, and not just one, like multiple around the world. I don't know why they don't. Like they recently just created one in China and another one in LA, but that's nothing. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Like, I don't know why they don't open one here in Sydney. Like, honestly, Screenix, if you're watching this, you want to open a shop in Sydney? I'll take care of it. I'll be the retainer, or I'll work there. Whatever.
exclusive digital in-game items as well.
I'd be happy to work there.
ちょっと動画をご覧いただきましょうか。
But it's best if I show you the first one in a video. Roll the tape.
Here we go. Odin. New mount. Love how they use the graphics. The font for FF13. Lightning. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, look at that city. Valhalla Odin from Final Fantasy XIII. Interesting how there's just one digit separating the two games, and yet they're so different.
コレクターズエディションの
Oh, now it's snow riding.
こちら。
So the first exclusive collector's bundle in-game item is this.
まあ 8.0 北欧神話モチーフが多いということで、ファイナルファンタジー13からバルハラオーディンがマウントとして登場しております。
So 8.0's design and story takes a lot of inspiration from Norse mythology. So the Valhalla Odin mount from
Does it?
FF13 seemed the perfect match.
まあもちろんね、動画にあった通りちゃんと変形もします。
And yes, like in the video, it transforms.
そして今回特典エモートの方は、光の戦士がね、こう
Zoomed in again.
祈りを
Zoom
込
out.
める
Zoom back
クリ
out.
スタルに願うというエモートを付属しております。
In addition to the mount, you will also get the Entreat Crystal emote.
光の戦士たち皆さんがね、稀なる強者たちを呼び寄せる召喚エモートになっております。
Yes, this prayer emote, use it to silently summon the heroes of the realm.
そして今日ご紹介した新ジョブバスティオンのですね、クリスタル武器。
And of course, you'll get a special
Crystal
pair
Skiltborg.
of Crystal Skiltborg to equip to the
They
new
look nice.
Bastion job.
はい、これら
I don't know why, they remind me of the Crystal
のみが
Exarch.
付属したもちろんデジタルコレクターズエディションもご用意しております。
So
like
these
if he ever
three
needed a
items are
shield,
also
this would be
available
it.
in the digital collector's edition as well.
ぜひ予約と購入をご検討ください。
So choose which edition is right for you and plan your pre-orders
Don't
accordingly.
say digital.
さあ、本当に長い時間お付き合い
Physical.
ありがとうご
Always
ざいました
physical.
All right, that's all. Thank you for sticking around for so long.
次は日本のファンフェスへ向けてまた頑張っていきたいと思います。
But we've got one more big batch of information coming in Tokyo.
さあ、本日基調講演いかがだったでしょうか。
But again, how was the keynote? Are you all excited?
さあ、エヴァコールの次なるね、情報公開、日本のファンフェスとなります。
Again, our final batch of information is coming on October 31st in Tokyo.
改めまして基調講演最後までお付き合いいただき本当にありがとうござい
And
まし
again,
た。
thank you for listening.
さあではこのまま
I like how everyone's leaving.
進みたいと思います。
But now it's time to move on to the opening ceremony.
さあでは、まだスタートですからね、開発チームの皆さん、コミュニティチームの皆さん、どうぞ。
All right, let's welcome to the stage our special guests from the development, operations, and community teams. Water?
Water, man, water, I'm dying.
Hello? Hello, hello? Test, test, test. Okay. Hello, Warriors of Light! Are you ready to get Fan Festival started?
Wow.
Fantastic. Then let me welcome you to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2026 in Berlin.
Oh, dude.
I'm Julia from the European
Her hair's shorter than
community
mine.
team. I am the German community manager, which is why my accent sounds like this. And without much further ado, let me have you all welcome the incredible development and operations team!
I don't like mentioning this, but this is why I avoid these types of events. Like, the people make me feel so out of place because I'm a... I grew up in a different time, you know? In a different era.
I believe, Koji, you're starting us off.
I'm starting us off? Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to the Fan Festival today, and thanks for everyone who's been watching on the stream. It's going to be an exciting 2 days, but again, I want to remind everyone, this is not called the Dev Fest, it's called the Fan Fest, which means it's all about you, which means we are here for you. So when we're not up here on stage, we're going to be wandering around.
Nice shirt.
And if you happen to see us, please come up to us, ask us questions.
Nice polo.
Shake our hands, give us hugs. We need your energy to take it back home and work on Evercold. So I hope this is a great 2 days. I'm so happy to be here. And yeah, let's kick this off. Soken. Hi there!
Oh, this guy's awesome.
何やってんの
It's like, I haven't slept. I'm tired.
Today, we have a piano concert.
That already happened, by the way.
Let's join
Soken.
us. Okay. And
And?
today have a development panel. Let's join us.
Okay, great effort.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
You done?
はじめまして、サウンドチームで効果音制作
He doesn't look too Japanese, this guy.
と申します。
Hello everyone.
Go
It's great to see you
Kinuya.
all today. My name is Go Kinuya, and I'm in the sound team making sound effects.
He's new. Or maybe we just haven't seen him
僕
much.
にとって初めてのベルリン、そして初めてのファンフェスの参加になります。この日とても楽しみにしてました。
For me personally, it's my first time in Berlin, and it's also my first fan fest. So I'm super excited to be here.
この後、ソケンさんと開発パネルにも登壇予定ですので、そちらもぜひご覧
I've
いただ
never
けれ
been
ば
in
嬉しいです。
Berlin. To
After
Berlin.
this, I am going to be having my own panel with Sokin-san. We're doing a development panel, and I'd really love to see you all there.
2日
Like-
間一緒に
Like,
楽しみたいです。よろしくお願いします。
I'm really looking forward to having a great time with you all over these next 2 days. Thank you.
me again?
I'm back! 私もですね、2日間しっかり参加させていただきますので、ぜひ皆さんと楽しい思い出にしていきたいと思いますので、一緒に楽しみましょう。
I'm going to be here for the full 2 days as well, so I'm really looking forward to spending time with you guys, making lots of fun memories together. So yeah, let's have a great time.
He must be confident over the development of the game, of Revelation. Him to spend 2 days in Berlin.
Let me try to speak English.
Oh.
I'm Masaki Nakagawa, lead encounter designer.
Lead battle content designer.
Standing here in front of so many of you, I am truly amazed that a single game can bring people together from all over the world.
Not bad. Yeah, good job. Good job.
It reminds me how incredible the power of the game is. I'm very honored to be part of this community.
Also, someone's translating it into Japanese for the rest of the time.
So, let's enjoy this event together. Thank you.
Yay.
Hello there, Foxlon here. So first our stage keynote address got a little bit longer than we
I'm so sorry.
Did you like it?
Boo, look.
Yeah,
No, it's got
same as
sponsored
you,
content in it.
Personally, I really enjoyed the keynote address, but at the same time, a little bit concerning about one thing. New expansion means new lore and new terminology. So it is already killing me by introducing Feminal Nagulufa. I still need to learn a lot, so please get to use it together. Yeah, please enjoy the Fan Festival. Thank you.
Good luck, buddy.
Hello everyone, my name is Heather and I'll be helping out with translations for some of the panels at the FanFest. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Oh. Well, that was neat and
Hi
tidy.
everyone, I'm Ellen, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at my first FanFest as an official member of the 14 team, both as an interpreter and as the newest member of the English localization team. It is such an honor to bring the words of our amazing development team to Warriors of Light the world over, so I hope you all enjoy hearing what they have to say. Thank you.
Good.
さあでは、
Oh no.
Hello. He's falling apart. He's falling apart.
Almost all the way to the end.
長時間、本当に貴重公演まずはお付き合いありがとうございました。
All right, first off, thank you for spending so much time with us here for the keynote.
まだまだファンフェス始まったばかりですというかこれから始まるって言おうとしているのでぜひ皆さん2日間怪我なくとにかく楽しく過ごしてください。
And again, but this is just the beginning. We have a very exciting 2 days ahead of us. We just have one request for you. Be careful, be safe.
Yeah.
Yep. You all heard what happened in Berlin last night.
我々も最大限楽しんでまいりますのでさあファンフェススタートしましょう。
All right, yeah, let's start the FanFest.
Considering they're in Germany, wouldn't it be more respectful to translate everything into German? But anyway. Alright, good show. We still have another 25 minutes.
All right, I know you're all very excited to get started, run off to the activities, but please be safe, don't push.
Okay, okay. You know what? Let's jump in.
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
They arrived.
The traveler, the one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as...
Okay, go away, stupid bar. I think we'll just stick around here until it begins. to the next level. PG 18, really?
You have been blessed.
Oh,
Blessed to be a dominant.
okay.
To wield the power of an icon.
Final Fantasy 16.
It is time to prove your strength. Wait. Something's not right.
Such an epic game. Super Resolution 3?
It is only a matter of time. Every day, delay brings us closer to this instant.
152. Gee, what's next? We're going to be jumping into the games.
I told you before, you do not get to die here.
Final Fantasy 16 was just one of those games where, like, I liked the story and I was intrigued by the story, but the playthrough was just like, ugh. Okay, so what are we looking at now? Is this like a final? Okay, so these are professionals. Yoshida, Hamaguchi, and Yoshida. Wow, great outfit. Great chair. They made a chair for Final Fantasy VII Remake, Secret Lab, and I really wanted to get it, but I couldn't find it. It was out of stock. This one looks good too. So now we're in waiting mode. Oh boy. I'm afraid we might be stuck here for a while. Trying to think of something else to do until the show starts. There's like another 15 minutes. Oh well. It is what it is. Hmm? Wonder what this panel's going to be all about. Uh-oh. We're losing connection. Oh. From what I can see here, Hironobu Sakaguchi, the so-called father of Final Fantasy, the person who created the franchise, he's also in Berlin. Cool. Alright, let's see, because I think... Jeez, I'm surprised my internet hasn't collapsed with everything. Alright, let's pop in and say hi to Premium.
Requiem's the last one, isn't it? Number 9? I think. And Village is VII, so that's VILL, so that's 8. Yeah, that's right. See you, senor.
88. Let's see.
Oh, so while I've got you all here, because I'm using... Oh shit.
You can hear that, right? Okay, better keep an eye on the time.
Oh really? How much?
Where is she playing? Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. Not planning on getting it while it's that much still.
Let's say hi.
Hey.
The disgrace of the Salazar family.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, so because I'm using Frank's oh shit, Frank's PSN for like internet and stuff. Oh shit. He's got Becoming Human, Detroit something or another, and he said that I'd probably like it.
Detroit
So
Become
I'm gonna run a
Human.
poll later. Yeah, that one. After I finish
Awesome.
number 4, did you want me to stream that as a break, or did you want me to continue with Resident Evil 5?
I don't know. What do you think? It's funny. Like, I'm streaming right now. No one's watching.
Yeah, but I won't like play Requiem until I finish the rest of them anyway. So it's not like I need it desperately now.
Bang! Shot him on the head. Boom, shakalaka. Get him. It's funny how it's not showing me live stream. Am I still streaming? I'm still streaming.
But yeah, like, so I'm the type, I guess it's like, I hate to use... Oh, that's good. Yeah, so okay, cool. Alright, thank you. So yeah... Oh shit! Shit. Yeah, I knew it was coming. I knew that it was coming, but
You are dead! Did she get owned? I did see that. I was typing.
Story-driven ones. But yeah, no, so,
Wow, look at those scythes. Oh no, I scythe. The worst gardening tool in existence.
An excuse and stuff, but like with autism, it like I'm good at like playing the same game or playing the same music over and over and over and over and over and over.
Huh. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Doing that. So
I would not know anything about that.
Yeah, probably maybe would. Yeah, so playing from 1 to 9, I have absolutely no issues with doing that, and I probably feel more comfortable. But mixing it up and playing that Becoming Human Detroit thingy, it might make, you know, you guys might enjoy that more, and
I just had
I've
to
done that before.
I just had to throw in Final Fantasy.
And yeah, I don't know, give me something different, I guess. I don't know, just a thought. I'll run a poll tomorrow. Oh, I want to play Zelda. I've never played Zelda before.
I am
It's on
appalled.
Nintendo.
Hello
But
Kitty
yeah,
Island Adventure.
I don't know, just a thought.
You get a lol. Hello.
Oh shit!
Iron balls. It just wants to say hi. He died. You died. Iron balls. Watch out for them iron balls.
Yeah,
Dude! Full Nelson. What do you call it when you do that? In the head, in the head. Nice. Headshot. He's still alive after a headshot? Like, he doesn't need the brain, it's just for... Suplex. Suplex, yep.
I don't know. I don't know if it was Leon that did it or if it was the zombie that did it to Leon. All I know is I flew up in the air.
Oh, there's another one. I had a feeling there was going to be another one. It's exciting watching other people play. Ominous chanting, which is widely different than regular chanting. Oh, I would like for one of them balls to crush them. Damn!
Oh, look,
Where did his arm go? Oh. Iron ball rumbling. Watch the iron balls. Like he's got a little screwdriver for his gun. He's like, we'll just fix that. It's like got 50 zombies behind him. He's like, oh, come on. What time is it? 25 past. Today's stream has been really fun. I don't know why, but I'm finding it like really interesting.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, so
What?
Zelda. So
Zelda.
I don't know. I haven't played any of it, but I follow game theory, and they went through the whole timelines, and apparently there was like a split or something like that. And after Ganondorf dies, he gets resurrected into different kind of scenarios or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, apparently. Oh shit!
with the scythe,
like
dude.
really good, but yeah, it's because it's been on Nintendo. I haven't actually played it because I grew up with Sega and PlayStation. But yeah, I couldn't stream it though. I don't have a Switch 2, no.
Aw. I'm looking for someone to play Orbitals with when it comes out in September.
Oh shit!
What the? What in heaven's name are those things? Annoyed groan. More than annoyed, dude. What time is it? Gotta keep an eye on the time. Boom, shakalaka. So it's like this another thing you can do during your own stream. You can go into other people's streams and just comment on them. You know what? I'm gonna turn this off. And I'm just gonna switch channels.
Ooh.
Three minutes. Someone to trade Pokemon with. I was so shiny Machoke. I want to evolve. Hansi says, I wouldn't mind someone to trade Pokemon with. I have a shiny Machoke. I want to evolve. I would say something about that, but you know, I feel like after I finished Pokemon Z and A, I'm kind of taking a step back from it. Like, I don't want to get too deep with the whole Pokemon craze. I'll go back into it maybe when Winds and Waves, is that what they call it? Winds and Waves comes out.
Oh, not this guy again.
Even though he's not the best fighting type, I still want him on my team.
Oh wait, I could do this.
Oh. Ooh, drop it. Throw it. Boom. What even is that thing?
Oh shit!
What even is that thing? Elevator trouble. Nice. Oh, he's not doing well. Bang! How are they still alive after... Oh, great. I have ZA. I don't mind training if you want it to evolve. Thank you, casual game. Okay, just a few seconds. I think I'm going to switch back. Is there anything I have for buy? Alright. Let's switch to this. Watch drops, get rewards by watching FF14 while they're live.
The next stage show will commence in 15 minutes. 15 minutes until the next stage show.
15 minutes? Oh, that sucks. Wakeage. Jump scare, literally. That kind of frightened me as well. Anyway, let's leave it here. I'll leave you check out the chat. You can look at the chat if you want. And I will be right back.
Below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them as... Far Wanderer.
You have been blessed. Blessed to be a dominant. To wield the power of an icon. It is time to prove your strength.
Wait. Something's not right.
closer to disaster.
I told you before, you do not get to die here.
Kind of sucks that you can see me, but oh well. Okay, 7 minutes to go. Starts at 45. I got myself a Mandarin. I like Mandarins. I'll leave it here just in case. Every day I stream for 4 hours, you know, and it doesn't seem that long to me. But today, for some reason, the stream seems incredibly long. It's a good thing that it's had a relatively good time for me. Like, it's at 10 o'clock, quarter to 10 at night. So I can justify staying up. Urianje. I wonder what they're going to talk about. Like, if they're going to just talk about game development, admittedly, I think that's what they're going to talk about. Like, there's not going to be any announcements. Don't expect any announcements, right? It's just going to be like talking about how they each develop their games. Like, it's mainly Naoki Yoshida's room. I don't know. I'm curious. Venus theme. Yeah, interesting song. On the Soul. It's P12 raid theme. Wow. Nice song. Like, I swear the soundtrack's from FF14.
The next stage show will commence in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes until the next stage show.
Wakeage. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, mate. 5 minutes, bruv. Next show commences in 5 minutes, mate. Get your asses in there. Are you ready for it? Better bloody sit down. If you're not sitting down in 5 minutes, that's it. You're done. You're locked out. Hey. Ich ni san si go. Go minuto. Go minuto. I'm going to send a chat message. Yeah, I know. Let's see. I'm going to send the dancing cack to us. You got a license for that fight? You got a license for that, bruv? Alright, when the show begins, I'm going to close the chat. And if anything happens with the quality, I'll switch to YouTube, which is always better. The quality on YouTube is always better. Dang, I've never heard these tracks. I've never heard these tracks before. I'm not gonna lie, I abandoned Savage around the third fight of Tier 1 each time because of the Party Finder, but this time, the FF7 theme raid, I have to finish the complete tiers no matter what. I can't miss that. My only problem is that Revelation has his release right after. Screenshot, you have to time this better. I'm running out of time with 3 shifts. Poor fella. I feel your pain, brother. And I was going to say with God of War coming out, but like, I don't know, I'm not going to play God of War. I'm not playing Luffy, God of War Luffy. Can you imagine if it was God of War Luffy, like Luffy from One Piece in God of War? That would have been awesome. But like, they already put Loki in God of War in One Piece. So, yeah. Oh, that reminds me, new One Piece came out today. I really got to start watching it because they're going into the flashback sequence. I don't know if you watch One Piece, but I do. Strangely enough, I got into would you believe this? I got into One Piece literally a year ago. Oh, Is it starting? Shadow Monkey 86. So anyway, I started... No, it's not starting yet. I started watching One Piece about a year ago. Must have been a year and a half ago. October 2024, I think it was. Because I took a whole month off from work to go to Athens, back home. You know, to see friends and stuff. But not everyone was immediately available, so I had a lot of time to myself. And I was like, well, what can I do? I've seen most other anime because I was really into Naruto and stuff. And I had seen pretty much everything else that I wanted to see. Literally the only major anime that I hadn't seen was One Piece. But I had this one issue, was that I couldn't get into One Piece because of the art style. I think it just looked too goofy. It looked too silly for me to watch. I couldn't get into it. It just kept taking me out of it. But then I started watching. I saw the first 2 or 3 episodes. Like, for me, it's important for an anime or a game or whatever to have a good story. I think I've said this before multiple times. So once I started watching it and I got through that hurdle of the animation, I was like, okay, you know what? I can get into this story. And I got through the first arc of him finding, of him getting together with Zoro and then Sanji, and then I went to Arlong, and by the time Arlong came together, the whole Arlong arc with Nami, I was like, okay, that's it, I'm hooked. I am hooked. And I sat through it. Here we go. Here we go. And I sat through the whole thing. I finished it, 1,000 episodes in 2 weeks, I kid you not. 2 weeks, somewhere between 2 weeks and a month. I devoured that thing. Alright, I'm closing the chat. Thancred, Alpino, Grahatia. Hey, Scions! The Scions! There they are. My friends. Dun, dun. Oh, this music. The throwback. Oh, this is from Uldar. This is literally Uldar. And that was my starting city in A Realm Reborn. Damn, this music takes me back. 2013. When was that? Oh my god. Stop using this music, dude. I swear.
Fan Festival!
Woo! Hello, German person.
Chance to calm down and take a breather after this hot CCRC.
Her zipper is right
here,
there.
Because
Their
it's time
zipper,
to get
sorry.
comfortable and get ready for Naoki's room with a special guest today. Now, we
Naoki.
couldn't do this, of course, without the man himself. So please welcome to the stage Final Fantasy XIV producer and director Naoki Yoshida.
Go get him, big man. The goat. No armor today. I love the top. I love the top.
Now, Yoshida-san, of course,
Arcadion?
this is your room, this is your show, so please take it away.
Okay.
Yep, go on.
改めまして、ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田
We
です。
know, we know. Stop
Yoshida,
introducing
producer
yourself.
and Director of Final Fantasy XIV.
Don't translate that. We know. He's the goat.
なかなかこうファンフェスのステージでですね、自分自身で MC をやりながらトークステージをやるっていうことが何だったら
You're gonna
初め
be
て
our
なんじゃ
MC?
ないかなということで、今日は僕の方でスペシャルゲストをお呼びして、トークを繰り広げるというステージをここから約75分ぐらいですかね、行わせていただきます。
I think it's probably the first time that I'm here at the FanFest standing on stage, and I'm doing a panel where I'm the MC and I'm also involved in the talk myself. But having this opportunity today, I would like to call on a special guest and give you a special talk session. This should last about maybe 75 minutes.
Mhm.
ゲームの
And we're all here for it.
新
I'm
しい仕様の紹
locked
介
in.
とか、そういうことではなくて、こうゲームの開発に関わる人間の、クロストークみたいな形で、ぜひリラックスして最後までお付き合いください。
Yes, so you can't really think about it as showcasing some new game
my
design
t-shirt!
or game
Where's my t-shirt?
specifications, but rather you can think of it more as just a laid-back chat.
Yeah. It's not going to be about 14 that much. It's going to be about the wider game development and Square Enix as a whole, I think.
Okay, so it is Naoki's room, so I'd like to call on that special guest.
Naoki.
Final Fantasy VII Remake Series Director
Hamaguchi. Naoki. Oh, the music kicks in. Yes. Yes. Woo.
いや、ようこそようこそ。
Welcome, welcome.
ではまあ席に座る前に一言だけ簡単にご挨拶お願いし
It's
ます。
going to be an awesome
So
talk.
before taking a seat, could I ask you for a short self-introduction?
We don't know who he is. Who's this guy? Who brought him here?
Thank you. 今日はですね、なんか大体こういうステージってこういろんなこう台本もありながらこういうふうに。
I love the shirt. High wind.
So for stage events like
Like,
these, I often have someone give me a script and say, this is what we'd like you to talk about.
もうなんか吉田さんと自由に喋ってください。
I like translating.
ほぼ前のこう調整もないままもうここに挑んでますので、今日はもう生の声でできる限り限
The
界
guy behind Yoshida, the translator of Yoshida, he seems
But today
kind of
they
like
just
fed
said,
up.
go up there and have a nice chat with Yoshida-san. So this is as close as possible to a real conversation.
As close as possible.
まあ確かに普通ステージイベントっていうと、まあやっぱりこう台本
They've already set their talking points, but
まあできるだけこの通りにこうミスなく、特に通訳があるとね、そう喋ってくださいみたいなの多いんですけど。
So yes, of course, when we do have these kinds of stage events, it is quite often the case that we will have a script. Of course, that's to ensure that there are no mistakes in whatever's been spoken, and we do also do that out of consideration for the interpreters as well.
それやると結構実は緊張しません？こう間違ったらまずいとか、この段取り通り喋んなきゃいけないみたい
yeah,
な。
I mean, you have to, don't you?
But, you know, if we do that, wouldn't that make you, like, more nervous? I guess you must be thinking to yourself, I don't want to make a mistake here, or I have to follow what they told me to do.
すごいわかります。私もなんかこの通りに喋ってくださいより自由にやってくださいの方がすごいリラックスします。
Yeah, completely understood. If they say, please say these things, it makes me quite nervous. But if they're just like, hey, go up there and say what you like, I'm actually a bit more relaxed about the whole thing.
まあなのでどうせ普段から考えてること以上のことはまあ喋ればしないので、まあリラックスして自然体でやるっていうのが14スタイルなので、台本なしでいきたいと思います。
Of course, we wouldn't really go cross over a line and say what what usually is on our minds, or say more than that. So yeah, you can just think about it as a relaxed discussion, and that really is 14 style. So I hope you'll enjoy that discussion.
All right.
まあただ最悪なのね、通訳の2人だけちょっと最悪だと思うんですけど、よろしくお願いします。
I mean, how much can they go
I think
into?
worst case
Right?
scenario, it might be quite tough for the interpreters here, but we appreciate your understanding about that.
Yeah.
よろしくお願いします。
I'll do my best.
じゃあ、早速なんですが、まあ今日はファイナルファンタジー14のファンフェスということで、まあね、セブンファンも多いとは思うので、浜口さん知ってる方多いとは思うですけど、改めてちょっと
That screen behind me is annoying. I'm gonna have to remove it. I'll get it out of the room.
最初にしてもらおうかなと思います。
I keep looking at
Of
it.
course, this is a Final Fantasy XIV fan festival, but I am sure that there are many Final Fantasy VII fans in the crowd, and a lot of you
And
are
outside of
probably
the crowd.
already aware of Hamaguchi-san, but maybe you're not so familiar with his background, so I would like to take this opportunity to ask you, Hamaguchi-san, could you do like a quick self-introduction, including some key titles from your career?
あ、でも先に聞いてみるか、セブンファン。
But let's see a show of hands, 7 fans.
Thank you.
まあホームだったね。
Well, yeah, this is like your home turf.
はい、ではお願いします。
はい、
He worked on 13. I didn't know that. 13 and 12.
5年ぐらいになりますね。
So it's been like 24, 25 years since I joined Square Enix.
でもう本当にずっとファイナルファンタジーのこうシリーズをずっとこう作り続けています。
He's like,
And
am I using
for
that?
that whole time, I've just been making Final Fantasy.
What do you want to do, dude? You want to be in the Final Fantasy series and work on Kingdom Hearts? Or God of War? Like,
12をこう開発していました。
So when I first joined, I was working on Final Fantasy XII.
yep, we like that too.
なんで実は吉田さんのチームのところの多くのスタッフは私の顔なじみであったりします。
And so I actually know a lot of Yoshida-san's team personally from that time.
そうですね、クリエイティブスタジオ3は松野組と松野さん支持する、ね、チームがそのまま、僕スタッフ非常に多いので、まあ、12だったり、
Yasumi Matsuno.
そういうチームだから。
Story?
一緒にやっててもおかしくない。
No, was he the director of Final Fantasy XII?
Yeah, that is completely true. So in Creative Studio 3, we do have a lot of staff who were formerly in Matsuno-san's team, and they have continued to work in our division on things such as tactics. Well, they were from Tactics in 12, so I think it wouldn't really be odd if you had happened to join our team, Hamaguchi-san.
True.
そうですね、本当その未来もあったなって思います。私はその後ファイナルファンタジー13をですね、こう終わらせる、しっかりこう作り切るっていうところで、そっちの。
I mean, it's interesting because Motomu Toriyama was the director of 13, and he worked for Toriyama.
ことになったっていう感じですね。
Yeah, Toriyama's working for him.
Yeah, I think that would have been another version of my future, as it were. What actually happened is that I really wanted to see the development of Final Fantasy XIII through to the end, so I ended up joining Kitase-san's team, and that path led me to where I am now, working on the Final Fantasy VII Remake series.
もうこうやって見ると、ファイナルファンタジーエリートみたいな感じだね。
Yeah, looking at your career like this, you really look like an elite developer of Final Fantasy.
そう、新卒からこう入ってもずっとファイナルファンタジーのみをこう作り続けていると言ってもはい、嘘ではないです。
Yeah, I mean, it's no exaggeration to say that I joined as a new grad, and then I've literally only developed Final Fantasy from then on.
What's wrong with that?
少しだけ
It's a dream job.
14の時にこうプレイステーションの最適化がヘルプが欲しいんだって私数ヶ月入ってたこともあります。
Although there was a very, very brief period for Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 where the team needed some help with some optimizations for PlayStation, where I came over for a few months.
それさ、
Put that on your resume, dude.
僕が入る前だよね。
Okay, I think that was probably before I joined the team, wasn't it?
You said 1.0. You joined in 2.0.
まあ僕は聞きかじっただけですよ。その僕がジョインする前だったから、まあ一緒にやってた
Jeez, we remember it better than you
と
do.
いうプログラマーがいるじゃないですか。誰かすぐ分かると思うんですけど。
Yes, I had heard a little bit about this, although it was before I joined the team. But I had heard that there was a certain
situation
programmer in the team. We can call them K, but they are quite well known internally.
Hey.
彼にちらっと話を聞いたら、まあ一緒にこうその最適化手伝いに行ったけど動くわけねえって言ってたのをちょっと覚えてます。
Yes, but I heard from him a little bit about the optimization, and he's like, "There's no way it's going to work."
今のあれですかね。もう過去のことなんでギリギリ
suck,
発言してもセーフなラインのやつですかね。
I mean, that's in the past, so I think we can probably get away with saying that.
まあ実際だって僕から見ても、
Okay.
そもそもだって
Interesting stories.
30万とか40万円の PC ですら動くの大変だった状態だったのが、まあ、当然ね PS3 のスペック特にね直接どれだけハード叩いたとしても、まあ、今の状態では動くわけないなっていうのは、まあ、エンジニアだったらもう当然だと思うんで、まあ、だからこそクライアント全部作り直して申請版を作ることになったのでもあるので、まあ、そういう意味ではすごく Q14 からね実は14に関わりあるっていうことですね。
But yeah, if I take a look at it from the perspective of myself as a games developer, back at that time, you would be running this game on hardware, a PC that would cost maybe 300,000, 400,000 yen. And it would be really tough to get a game running on that advanced hardware and to really optimize that to run on the PlayStation 3 specifications. So I think from an engineering perspective, I could also understand where they were coming from. It would be an incredibly tough thing to do. But I think that's precisely because we made the decision to recreate the client, and then that led on to the development of A Realm Reborn. So I think in that regard, we could say that you, Hamaguchi-san, had a connection with Final Fantasy XIV right from 1.0.
で一回途中で私こう ATD のゲームじゃなくてスマートフォンのこうちょっと運営型のこうファイナルファンタジーも作ってたことがあって
Between 1.0 and 2.0, like the original Final Fantasy XIV and A Realm Reborn, there was huge differences. They destroyed the game, they rebuilt it from the ground up because it was that bad. It was unplayable.
I've mostly been making these single-player focused standalone games, but one time I did work on a sort of live service mobile game as well, and obviously 14 is a live service game, so working on another game like that, even though very different, was quite nostalgic for me.
コメントを見てたりもするんですけど、1.0 からプレイしてるよっていう方どれぐらいいます？
I've been looking at the comments, but can I see a show of hands? Who's been here since 1.0?
ありがとうございます。
Oh, thank you so much.
今コメントでですね、そのクライアントが重かったっていう話をしたら、いかに重かったか。
I remember 1.0, but I didn't play it.
思い出のように流れてて、その説はスクエアニックスとして大変ご迷惑をおかけしました。本当にすみませんでした。
Yes, but we were just having a chat right now about how laggy and heavy 1.0 was, but people in the chat have started discussing about that and they started reminiscing about that as well. So yes, we do apologize. Things were quite tough at Square Enix back then.
いやでもなんかそういうなんだろうその当時の時から今に至るまで多分こうファンの方っていうかこうゲーム
I get my mum to get a subscription back then, and I did have my own money at the time. Alright, let me throw a comment.
Yeah, but it really feels like with all of the fans and players who've been with us since the old days and have stuck with us all the way through till now, it's really like we're just creating the game together, wouldn't you say?
そうですね。いつも自分こうプレイヤーの皆さんにコメントを出させていただく時っていうのは、一緒にファイナルファンタジー14を作ってくださいだったり、一緒に歩み続けてくださいということがすごく多くて、もちろん開発と
Sorry, I just had to throw a comment in there.
違うんですけど、
I felt obligated.
全体一つで14コミュニティだと思ってるんで。そういうふうに言っていただけると非常に嬉しいですね。
It's good that they're recognizing it, though. It's good that they're talking about it.
Yeah, it really rings true because whenever I make comments to the players, to the community, I always tell them, let's make Final Fantasy XIV together, or let's continue on this journey together. So of course, us in the development team and everyone, the players in the community, we do have different standpoints, but I feel that we are all together in this central Final Fantasy XIV community. So for you to mention that, it makes me really glad to hear.
Yeah, because the players, they give the feedback, and without the feedback, the developers wouldn't know where to go. Like, are we doing right? Are we doing wrong? They're essentially the beta testers.
トークのお題をもらっているので、次そっちに進んでいこうかなと思います。はい。
So yes, as we mentioned, you had a connection to 1.0, and that was before I joined the team, but I still think that you could say that we have that connection together. So now, for the purpose of the talk we're going to do today, we have received a few topics from the community team, so I'd like to proceed on the discussion based on those.
じゃあ一つ目のトークテーマお願いします。
Let's see the first talk theme.
ファーストエンカウンターズって書く。
ファーストエンカウンター。
これちょっとゲーム的な感じで。
First encounters.
Yeah, when you say encounters, it sounds almost like we met in a game or something.
僕は実は何回か直接話したこともあるけど、僕はすごい覚えてるきっかけが一個あるんですけど、逆にその浜口さんから自分のそのに対しての最初のきっかけって何だったかって聞いたことが実はないので、ちょっと聞いてみたいところではあったりします。
Yeah, I do know there were a few occasions where we talked directly, and there is one occasion in particular that really stuck with me in my memory. But come to think about it, I don't think that I heard from you, Hamaguchi-san, what you think was the first occasion. So I'd love to hear that.
そうですね。話せる範囲でちょっと話してみます。
Okay, I will speak to this to the degree that I can.
まず多分私も吉田さんもそうなんですけど、結構その若いうちに結構大きい組織を持たされて、こう責任あるポジションでこう業務するっていうことになってたと思うんですよね。
I think this is the case for both you and I, Yoshida-san, but when we were young, we were members of a certain position, members of a certain community in which we had a rather a role of some responsibility, shall we say.
まあ名前も同じ直樹じゃないですか。
And we're both Naokis, aren't we?
結構社内の中でなんかあっちの直樹が何々してる、こっちの直樹が何々してるみたいなのが結構噂になったりするんですよ。
And you get all of these rumors in the company when people are talking. They're like, this Naoki and that Naoki are up to this and doing that.
That's literally every company. Every company. If you see two people like isolating.
So it's not like I had any kind of, I didn't think really one way or the other about you having not met you, but with all these weird rumors going around, I was like, well, I don't really know how to talk to him.
なるほどね。まあ浜口さんは入社してからずっとスクエニじゃないですか。
I see. Well, Hamaguchi-san, in your case, you joined Square Enix and you've always been in the company since then, right?
で僕ってスクエアニックスってキャリアで
So Hamaguchi came before Yoshida.
But in terms of my career, Square Enix is the third company I'm working at.
でしかもこの見た目
And the last.
だから
You're not leaving.
And what's more, I mean, come on, I look like this, I dress like this, right?
そのあっちの直樹は信用ならんみたいな
A lot of metal
ことを
stuff.
言う人たちも結構社内にいたらしい。
From what I hear, there were a group of people in the company who said about me, we can't trust that Naoki.
ちょっと目立つんですよね。
Well, I mean, I do stand out, right?
Must take you 20 minutes to get through a metal detector, man.
So I guess you must have heard those kinds of rumors.
Yeah.
ただこうやっぱすごい憧れはあって、それこそこのファイナルファンタジーのフランチャイズって、
I thought we were going to talk about game development, not office gossip.
こう出てこようとしてもですね、なかなか
Anyway, I'm all here for it.
というかファイナルファンタジーのからこう積み上げた人じゃないとなかなかこう認めみたいな空気感があったりするんですよ。
Yeah, I mean, but I did really look up to you as well. I mean, looking at the Final Fantasy series, there have been all kinds of producers and directors who've tried to take on the role, but people tended not to give them much of a chance if they hadn't come from a background of Final Fantasy.
そこの中やっぱり14で吉田さんはこうやっぱりこう14をこう指揮してやっぱみんなの信頼を勝ち得ていってでしかも私のこの14のメンバーさっき言ったように松野さん組のもうクセ者だらけのこうスタッフが多い中もうそれだけでリスペクトの対象でした私にとっては。
And then you came in, Yoshida-san, and you took on 14, you won everyone's trust, and you took on, that team we were talking about, where a lot of them have previously worked with Matsuno-san. And I would say you could call many of them eccentric, and you went out and you won their trust. So really just looking at that, it's hugely impressive to me.
まあでもそれだけ
winning.
長くて
They do seem like
本
eccentrics.
当にたくさんのスタッフで作ってきたフランチャイズだから
Although Nojima seems pretty eccentric as well.
まあ僕はどっちかというとドラクエ作るためにスクエアニックスに入ってるから昨日までドラクエ作ったやつが FF 作るわけねえだろ作れるわけねえだろみたいな一回も作ったことないのにっていうのはまあある意味自然な反応ではあるとは思うんですよね。
But yeah, of course, Final Fantasy is a franchise with such a long history. There are so many titles in the franchise. And for an outsider to come like me, and especially in my case, I joined the company first to work on Dragon Quest. And so for me then to be in charge of a Final Fantasy title, I think it's perfectly natural to think that there would be some people who would be thinking, there's no way this guy would be able to make a Final Fantasy. Does he really know like his stuff?
いやそんな中でまさに今浜口さんが言ったように FF って確かにまあゲームってディレクターって結局最終的には1人しかいないからやっぱり相当周りの人間を押しのけてというか信頼を勝ち取って上に行くしか方法がない。
I think hiring Yoshida was the best move of the previous CEO, Matsuda.
For Final Fantasy, or in the case of any game, ultimately there is only one director. So the only thing the director can do is to gain the trust of the whole team in order to be able to drive them forward.
Yeah.
そんな中で、いくつ違うんでしょうっけ？
今46になりましたかね。
6。じゃあ7つ違う。
Oh, so I was wondering, how old are you?
I'm 46?
Oh, so 7 years difference?
だから、まあ、当時のその
Dang.
14を担当した
Hamaguchi's older than me?
37歳って
He does not seem older than me,
そ
dude.
の時点で30歳になったばっかりっていうことで
What kind of
すよね。
skincare does he use?
So I mentioned in the keynote that when
That's
I first started
insane.
working on 14, I was 37 years old. So that means, Hamaguchi-san, you must have been 30 years old at the time.
でもう目立つんですよ、やっぱり社内でも。
But then, yeah, of course, I mean, stand out in the company.
僕が覚えてるのは
You have to be that old
まあサテンシリーズ
to
が
handle a project like that, right? You need the emotional maturity. You can't be like a bloody 25-year-old and be given the responsibility of a Final Fantasy game, especially not a Final Fantasy game like 7. I didn't know he was that old. Like,
まあ夜中
Kitase must be now close to his
3
70s.
時ぐらい夜中3時ぐらいに会社から帰ろうとして
They need to be old. That's the sadness of this business. You need to be an old fart to be able to take on the responsibility of a big game onto your shoulders. Because you need to be a person that demands respect. Otherwise, people are going to come in and they're going to be like, who's this idiot? And you need to have experience from the industry as well.
I think back at the time, the first time that I met you was, it was around that time when your work had just been completed on the 13 series, and then you were working on Mobius Final Fantasy. You were starting the development of that. And I remember it was really late at night. It was like 3 in the morning, and both of us were just happened to be going home at that time. And the front entrance of the company was shut. So there was really only the back exit that was open, and it just so happened to be that both of us were there at the same time.
で2人とも、まあ、午前3時って聞くとこうボロボロでうわもう疲れたみたいな感じかっていうと実は全然そんなことはなくて。
Of course, if you hear that we were going home at like 3 a.m., you must be thinking that we were just completely drained and out of it. But that's absolutely not the case.
今日もめっちゃ仕事したぞ、明日はこれとこれとこれだみたいな感じでいたらさらにテンション高いんですよ、この人。
But yeah, you were like, oh, today I did this and this and this, and tomorrow I have to do that and that and that. I think in any case, you're just like so excited about what you're doing.
I would be too. I get it. I get it.
ファイナルファンタジーのクライアントを帰りですよ、その裏口に帰ってくときにチェックしながら歩いてるんですよ。
But back at that time, you were leaving the office so late at night, but you were actually opening up the Mobius Final Fantasy client that you were working on, and you were checking it.
で、あ、
Workaholic.
その会った時に。
That's literally what I would be doing in his position.
And when you bumped into me, you were like, hey, Yoshida-san, you got to see this. It looks amazing.
そこから10分ぐらい結局一緒にこうタクシーに乗るようなところまで歩きながらずっとその話をしてて、いかにこう
Look bad, man. Go to
作って
bed.
るシステムに手応えがあって、いかにいい感じにできてるかっていうのをすごい目をキラキラさせて話してくれてて、それが僕一番最初の直接だったのでめちゃくちゃ印象に残ってます。
But yeah, I think it was about 10 minutes or so. We were walking towards the area where we could get a taxi. And I remember we were just so engaged in that discussion. And you were telling me things like, oh, wow, this system is so well made. It just looks amazing. And I think I could see that kind of energy and that shine in your eyes as you were passionately talking about this.
You can see it when he talks about Final Fantasy VII as well.
That I have, it just really left a huge impression on me. And I think that was the first time that we met.
まあ私も覚えてますけど、
But it's awesome to be
そのクリエイターって
for your work to give you energy.
お客さんがどういう風に遊んでくれるかっていうのを
That way you do your best. You know you're doing your best work.
こう熱量と
If you're passionate about what you do,
こうパッションを注ぎ続けれるかっていうのがやっぱすごく重要
you want
だ
to
と
do as
思い
best
ま
as
せんか。私
possible.
はやっぱそこ結構自分の中のものづくりの根幹にあって、それはやっぱりメビウスの時もそうだし、今のリメイクシリーズも。
I think it's in the Japanese idiosyncrasy as well.
Yeah, I really remember that too. But you know, I just feel like when you're a creator and you're working on something, it's really important to think about how the player is going to experience it and have all of that passion yourself and refuse to accept anything less than the best. You know, don't you agree? I think that's really sort of the root of what drives me as a developer as well, both on Mobius back at the time, but also on the remake series.
まあその情
we can see
熱
that.
がなくなったらね、まあ正直チーム
That's why we enjoy it that
するべき
much.
じゃないかなとは。なんでその熱量って結局伝播しちゃうので、それはねすごい僕も思いますね。
Yes, I think exactly. If you do lose that passion, then I don't think you should be the one who is at the front of the team and driving that team. Because
should
at
leave
the
the
end
industry.
of the day, if you do have that passion, it will spread to the rest of your team.
いやで、そう僕は14担当させていただきますってこう発表。
That being said, Yoshida's passion is different from Hamaguchi's.
って言われ、そのまあ見た目も良くないから信用できねえみたいな感じだったんですよ。
I remember as well when I made that announcement that I was going to be taking charge of Final Fantasy XIV, I announced it to the players, and I remember back at the time there were also comments along the lines of, who the heck is this guy? And of course, me having like my appearance, the way that I dress, people were also thinking, nah, we can't trust this guy.
まあでも一緒にね作って信用してもらうしかないと思ってまあやったんですけど。
But I think the only thing that I could do at that time was to make it and make everyone believe me.
でも実は覚えてるのが、セブンリメイクシリーズの1作目、セブンリメイクの主要スタッフとして発表された時に、まあネットを見てて、モバイルの FF しか作ってねえやつだろうみたいな書き込みを変な話されてるのを見たんですよ。
ありました。
But I remember back at the time when you made the announcement for the first title in the 7 Remake series, so Final Fantasy VII Remake, and there were comments based around the staff, the central staff who were going to work on the title, and people were kind of criticizing or kind of pointing out that some of those staff were working mobile staff.
でも僕はどれだけすごいか知ってるから絶対大丈夫と思って。
Well, no, because with FF7 we had the core team, right? We knew them, we trusted them. That's the difference.
境遇までなんか同じ直樹で似てんなって思いながらちょっとニヤニヤしてたのをすごい覚えてるんですよ。
But yeah, I remember, but I knew how amazing you are and how amazing the team was. So I also told that to the rest. But I think it's just like such a coincidence that we're both Naokis and we were in such a similar position as well.
I mean, you don't know someone. How are you going to trust him? But the good thing with Hamaguchi is that he slowly came into the role. Like first it was Kitase in front for the remake series, right? He was the person in front of the cameras, and Hamaguchi, and eventually Kitase stepped back, and they entrusted it to him, and we learned to trust Hamaguchi. But we also know that Nojima is still there, Kitase is still there, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
even Uematsu is there in a small capacity.
From the ground up, and you've been doing that for over 10 years now, and it's now reached the point where it's been 10 plus years for me as well, working on the remake series. But at the time, it definitely was a case of people saying, oh, but you're just a mobile game guy, right? Now standing here and saying, well, it's remake, then rebirth, then revelation, and they're all hitting their
I'm so glad we can call it Revelation.
launch windows, they're coming out on time. So I now have people from the media, journalists talking to me and saying, Hamaguchi-san, how do you do it? How do you manage your team? How are you doing this? And they're sort of looking at me as being this kind of symbol of stability.
間違いなく、
What?
チームマネジメント、タスクマネジメント、スケジュールマネジメントはスクエアエニックスでナンバーワンです。ぶっちぎりこの人が。
Absolutely, without a doubt, this person here is absolute number one in Square Enix for team management, task management, and schedule management.
I would completely reject that. I would completely reject that if I was Hamaguchi. I'd be like, no, this guy, it's this guy, it's this guy. I'd push it back.
3部作ですけど、最近の FF シリーズでは考えられないぐらいテンポよくちゃんとリリースされていくし、ボリュームも含めて満足、そのプレイヤーの皆さんが遊んでくださった時の満足度の高さも含めて、どっちもバランス取れた状態であれだけこう矢継ぎ早に出せていくっていうことはスクエニ市場でも結構近年では稀なことというかなので本当にすごいんです。
But I mean, come on, when we look at the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, it's being released as a trilogy, and for you to be able to release Final Fantasy titles at such a fast pace, but at the same time deliver such an incredible amount of volume that such a large amount of players are satisfied, and maintaining that balance. I think in recent years for Square Enix, that is quite rare. So I think that's an amazing thing that you're doing.
That is true.
ちょっとここばっか話してると時間なくなっちゃうんで次行きましょ
Throwing
う。
dirt at Square
I
Enix.
think if we continue on this, we'll run out of time. So let's head on to the next topic.
好きなゲーム。
オーソドックスな質問です。
なんかこう
Poker?
人生で最も影響あったゲームみたいなのってなんかありますか？
Oh, okay. The games we love. Well, how about, is there any title that had the biggest influence on you in your life?
これも結構メディアでも伝えてて、しかも自社のタイトルになるんでちょっとあれですけど、やっぱ私がこの業界を目指したのってファイナルファンタジー6が
Can you talk about anything other than Final Fantasy and Dragon
この業
Quest?
界を目指したので、やっぱ未だにやっぱタイトルっていうのはずっと心にあります。
I've given this answer to a lot of media interviews as well, and it is also a Square Enix title, so apologies for that. But Final Fantasy VI is the reason that I wanted to work in games, so that always has a special place in my heart.
ただよくあるのが同じメディアに同じような質問されてこれ答えると次の翌日には浜口直樹ファイナルファンタジー6リメイク決定みたいなのが書かれるから毎回違いますよっていうのは必ず念をします。
But every time I give that answer to a journalist or someone, the next day there's an article online saying Hamaguchi will be remaking Final Fantasy VI. So I also say no, I am not at the same time.
いやいや。まあ気持ちはねわか
But are you?
るんですけど
I would ask,
考え
but are
て
you?
みてくださいよ。規模が半端じゃないんですよ。もう6もそうだし、まあ8も9も7がリメイクされたんだからリメイクしてくれってわかるんですけど、4部作とかね、下手すると5部作とかになる可能性あるんですよ。
What are you asking?
Of course, I understand the feelings of the players, but you got to think about it. Look at Final Fantasy VI. It's such an incredibly huge game.
It is.
The scale is just immense.
Immense.
And the same applies for other titles like Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX. So of course now, since you're working on the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, I do get that people would be asking for remakes of other titles. But if we did remake those other titles, we'd probably end up like having to release them in 4 installments, or maybe even 5 installments.
このファイナルファンタジー7のリメイクを作っててやっぱ思ったんですけど、もう本当に私は本当にチームに恵まれて、
I mean, why not? I'm game.
3部作
I'm game.
10年ぐらいをかけて作っていくところに
Find other people that want to do it and do it.
だからやっぱ完成まで、まだリベレーションローンチしてないですけど、もう目前ですけど、走り切れたとはやっぱ本当に思ってるんですね。
I really think, having worked on the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, that I am truly blessed with a wonderful team. They've stuck with me for over 10 years working on 3 separate games that are a remake of a single game, and there's not many that would do that. You know, we're not quite at the finish line yet. Revelation isn't out, but we're almost there, and I'm so grateful to them that we've been able to make it this far.
これがなんか一作
Less than a year to go.
解散してもう一回リビルドだってなったらもうとてもじゃないけどやっぱ作れなかったなと思うんで、それは本当に私恵まれたなとは思うんですけど。それぐらい結構なんかタイミングとなんかそういう奇跡というかなんかがないとなかなかその期間をモチベーション持ち続けてなんかパッケージタイトルに付き合ってくれるクリエイターっていうのがやっぱ揃わないとなかなか厳しいので、そんな簡単に私6やりますみたいなそんな軽いノリではとても言えないっていうのがあります。
And if, for example, we were doing something where every time we got to the end, we released one, we said, okay, we'll have a separate team, we'll look for new people, then I'm not saying it would have been impossible, but it would have been close. So yeah, I'm truly blessed with such a great team, and I do think it's, well, not only is it a matter of timing, in a way it's a miracle that we were able to get these people willing to stick around and willing to, you know, keep up the motivation to work on so many of these standalone titles back to back. So that's why I can't just sit here and go, yeah, I'll remake 6, because it's not quite that easy.
いやだってそれをね言った瞬間数年飛ぶっていうのを確定するので。
Yeah, then you've got Capcom, who like their games are easier to remake.
You know, several years just flies by like that.
ちょうどいい話題になったんで、もうこのまま次のトピック行くとつながるんで言ってください。
But yeah, this kind of connects on to the next topic, so let's take a look.
まさに今話が出てるその、
Mhm.
ずっと FF を
What
開
does
発
it
されて
mean?
はいるけど、
Interesting question.
ある意味7リメイクシリーズではついに一番上の責任者っていうところにこう上がってって、やっぱりこうやりがいって変わっていくもんですかね、立場とかによってシリーズの中でも。
So, of course, we've both been involved in the development of titles in the Final Fantasy franchise, but having been now in the position where you have become the top person responsible for the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, does that change kind of your perspective of, or how, what you feel it is to make Final Fantasy to you?
これ多分吉田さんも通ずるところがあると思うんですけど、確かにその
Well, let's not forget that Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't a mainline entry, right? It's a I don't even know what it's a remake of a mainline entry, but it's not a mainline entry.
You'll be able to relate to some of this as well, Yoshida-san. But obviously, the higher up you go, say as producer or director, the more power and influence you have to make decisions.
でも私がじゃあ12で最初にプログラマーとして入った時ってなんかエフェクトのファイヤーのエフェクトとかをずっとちまちまずっと作り続けてたんですよ。
For example, when I joined and I was first working on 12 as a programmer, I just spent ages chipping away and really fine-tuning the fire effects.
で上になればなるほど決める権限もあるけど、それを進めるために周りの人たちを動かしていくとか同じ方向に引っ張っていく業務っていうのがどうしても増えてくるんですね、自然と。
And the higher up you get, obviously, the more you can make these decisions, but the more work you have trying to get other people to follow your lead and to come along with you.
だから純粋に一クリエイターとして何かに対して没入したいみたいな気持ちは多分昔の方が多分表現できて、今はそこを多くの人たちをさらにパフォーマンスを上げながら同じ方向で一緒の作品を作っていくためにそこに注力するというところがそこは変わったなと思うけど、ただ結局出来上がった作品に対してのその思いはやっぱり一緒なので、そこのなんかいい作品を作ると思いは全く変わってないですね。
So when we're talking about being able to really get immersed in your work, get stuck in, as an individual creator, that's something really satisfying. And I think that's probably something you're able to do a little bit earlier in your career. And then, you know, as it switches, the satisfaction comes more from leading a team and getting them to be able to exercise their own abilities and take that. So I think that's really the biggest change for me. It doesn't change how I feel about the games and the fact that I want to make something amazing.
Hamaguchi sensei.
スクエアエニックス特に規模の大きなゲームを作ることが多いので、特に初期機質の開発者もすごく多い中で、
It gives you satisfaction. I understand what he means. It gives you satisfaction seeing other people rise up to those roles, and you know that you're the one that did that. It's like you're a teacher.
すごく自分で実作業をすることにものすごくフォーカスする。もちろんそういう人たちがたくさんいるから成り立つんですけど、巨大なゲームもすごいゲームも。それ切り替わっていくわけじゃない。自分が手を直接コードを書く時間っていうのがどうしても減るじゃない。そこはあまり抵抗はなかったんですか。
So of course in Square Enix, it's a company that often makes very high-profile big games, and due to that, there's a lot of developers in the teams who are really kind of like experts at what they do, and they're really
say the least.
At the top of their game. So, for example, there are some engineers who would be the only people in the team who could create code, and no one else would be able to match what they do. And those kinds of engineers, they really just focus in on their work and try to create things which no one else would be able to. But I think because we have so many of those kinds of developers in the team, that's precisely why we are able to produce a complete title in the end. But in the case of maybe like an engineer or a programmer who was originally coding so much and then their position changes, suddenly there's that switch. In your case, did you feel apprehensive, or did you feel that you didn't really like that switch?
Good question. Good question. And this is what they were going to talk about from the beginning, FYI. Now we're in the meat of the conversation. This is the meaty part.
その中で
It's about them personally. It's not about the games
プ
themselves.
ログラミング得意だったんでそこから入ったんですけど、なんか別にこうプログラム
We might talk about the game more towards the end.
その開発に対して自分が最大にアウトプットできる役割であれば、正直そこにこだわりはなくて、でまあ流れの中でいろいろまあチームマネジメントもすれば企画もするしみたいな、まあそこは本当にそのチームにとって一番その開発にとってなんか最もこう効率がいい方にを自分のこうアウトプットが出せれば、そこがモチベーションかなと思います。
So
It's funny how
I
they
didn't
throw
originally have a specific
English
role in
words.
mind when I wanted to get into the industry. My main motivation was that I wanted to be involved with creating these amazing games that are really memorable and stay in people's hearts. I just happened to be a fairly logical person, so I ended up going into programming. But that wasn't necessarily what I always wanted to be. I just wanted to be in the best role that would allow me to contribute the most to what I was doing. Didn't really matter how that was. So I'm happy to help with management, with coming up with ideas, and wherever is most effective for me to be within the team to help the game, essentially.
Team player. Quintessential team player. It's like, I don't care, put me in the back. Let me take out the trash if that helps the game. I'll bring in the coffees. Like he understands he has the role that many other people would die to have.
描画も物理もシステムもクライアントもね。
At the same time, I understand that the complaints for the game would probably hurt him on a personal level as well, even though he doesn't show it.
そのキャップをどこまでスペックのキャップをどこまでするかとかってやり合うことになるじゃない。それはどうして普段すごい疑問なんですよ。
Yes, but I myself as well, I think of myself as a generalist. So I am a games designer, but I do sales planning and I do pretty much everything. So I have many different hats and I do many different things, I have many different roles. But then having less time to code, there are also other things that you have to think about. So like rendering system, the client, and for when you go up for those like really top-level engineers where they have to think about where to cap the specs, they start like making arguments and such. And how are you able to manage everything on your end? I'm really doubtful about how you manage this.
そこは多分プログラミングもそうだし、多分ゲームデザイン的なところもそうだし、
Yoshida would be a lot more confrontational than Hamaguchi. Just by looking at them, you can tell that like Yoshida would take more of a face-to-face approach, whereas Hamaguchi would be like, HR, let HR deal with it.
Well, I mean, this is the case for programming, for game design as well, probably, and things like asset workflows. But unless you're staying up to date with the most recent information, then it's really hard to communicate with others.
私はこれがいいのかどうかわかんないですけど、時間で解決というか、私あんまりそんなに睡眠長い方じゃなくてですね、もう体力の許す限り時間で解決するっていうのをやってます。
I don't really know if this is a good way of doing it or not, but I am essentially just solving the problem by throwing time in it. I don't sleep very much, so as long as my physical health allows it, I shall resolve this issue with time.
Yeah, see, if someone tells him something doesn't work, he'll go and try and solve it himself. Yoshida will be like, get and solve it. I don't have time for you. You can tell, he has a more rigid face.
But yeah, of course, us being humans, we only have 24 hours each day. So if we do need to do more, we can extend the time that we do have to work on things and then cut down on our sleep. And personally speaking, I'm not really fussed. It doesn't really bother me.
He tried to eject that answer.
But I think that's probably not going to help many people watching this discussion.
Hamaguchi gave a very diplomatic answer there. Because it was like, Yoshida asked him, how do you deal with troublesome coders? How do you deal with people that create problems that are stubborn? And Yoshida asked him that, and Hamaguchi's like, well, I just don't sleep and I take a hands-on approach to it. Dude, you're telling me that you do work that other people don't want to do? Very diplomatic, but... Very untruthful as well. You're not going to do work. You're the director. You're in charge of it. You're not going to do work that other people don't want to.
We are nearly going towards the end of our talk topics, but one thing I do want to ask you, Hamaguchi-san, is, of course, Final Fantasy is a long-running franchise. It has a very long history, and we're almost going to be at our 40th anniversary. So I'd like to ask you two things. Looking back on your career working on the franchise, what was like the most tough thing that you felt you ever experienced? And on the flip side, what was the most rewarding or fun thing? You can answer in either order.
そうですね。やっぱ一番こう辛いなっていうかこう乗り越えなきゃなっていうのはやっぱりこうまあ
Honestly,
そうだと思うんですけどこう特に
if you ask me what was my favorite, it was the announcement of Final Fantasy VII. I cannot remember
Let's see.
a bigger
the
moment
hardest
than
thing, the
that.
thing that I had to overcome, I'm sure this applies to 14 as well, but on the standalone games that we make, we generally work with a big, big team.
でまあ当然みんないいゲームを作りたいって集まってるんです。
And of course,
Get the camera out of their face. They're going to attack you.
でもやっぱりみんなそれぞれ考えも違ったり、なんかどこがなんかこう一番のキーなのかっていうのもやっぱイメージが違ったりする場合があるんですよね。
Get the camera out of. They were mad. They were angry.
みんなで動いていかないといけないっていうところにすごくマネジメントに力を必要なんですよ。
But of course, everyone has their own way of thinking about things. Everyone has different ideas of what the most important thing for a game is. So trying to get everyone to have that same vision and to be aligned there, that's what's really difficult about management.
なんでそこはやっぱり一クリエイターとしては本当は面白いことになるためだけに自分のエネルギーとかパワーをつぎ込めたら最高なんだけど
I'm going to turn those two into a meme. I'm going to meme the crap out of
みん
them.
ながちゃんと同じ方向に向くところにこう労力をかけるっていうのは必要経費なんでこう仕方ないんですけど、まあ、そこはすごく大変だなっていつも思いながらも、まあ、でもその先にあるこう作品をいいものにするっていうもののためにこう日々頑張るっていうところはあります。
So as a creator, what you really want to do is you want to spend all your time and all your energy on making something that's really fun and really great. But at the same time, because you're a team, you need to make sure that you're all headed in the same direction at all times. So that, I think, is what's quite tricky. It's also, you know, it is what it is. It has to happen that way because of how development works. And at the end of the day, it hopefully does lead to something that's wonderful.
まあ特にね先輩たちも含めて実は
Dude, he asked you what your best moment was. What a roundabout response.
But yes, I do understand. In your case, you have to get other people in your team who happen to be your senpai or senior colleagues, and you have to get them to follow your vision and work under your direction. So I do appreciate it. It's tough.
じゃあ最も強いやりがいみたいなところ。
まあやっぱり
Oh, and so what was the most rewarding thing you had?
やっぱりやりがいはもうまさに今日のこのファンフェスのこう皆さんではないですけど。ファイナルファンタジー
Please don't say coming here and meeting all of you.
多くのこうファンの方々から注目されてこう支えられているっていうこの環境でものづくりができるっていうのが本当にこうクリエイターとしてこれ以上のこう喜びはないと私は常に思っています。
And well, the most rewarding thing is right here, obviously here at FanFest, but all of the Final Fantasy fans around the world. To be able to make and develop games with all of this support, I don't think there's anything that could make me happier.
Thank you.
Good response. Good response. It's what you call an evergreen response. You can use it anyway.
Final Fantasy VII の T シャツ着てきてる人がいて、なんとなくそんな感じがしましたみたいな。
Yesterday at the meet and greet, there were a few people who turned up with Final Fantasy VII T-shirts, like I had a feeling.
非常にそういうのも本当嬉しいですね。
So I mean, pretty happy about that as well, to be honest.
まあそうですね。本当に巨大なフランチャイズだからプレッシャーももちろんあるんですけど、最初から数百万人の方に期待してもらえる状態でものづくりができるっていうことは何事にも代え難いやりがいではあるので、本当そこはファンの皆さんのおかげですよね。
But yes, of course, it is a huge franchise. So working on the title is, I know that there's a lot of pressure, but being able to create something that millions of players are, have high expectations towards, and being able to deliver that, of course, that is extremely rewarding. And we appreciate the support from the players as well.
まあそんな浜口さんのね、まあ直近最高の
The support, yes, but there's also the criticism on the flip side.
ファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズいよいよ完結ということで、まあせっかくねベルリンまで来ていただいたので、ぜひちょっとこの場で最新作紹介してもらってもいいですか。
But of course, as you mentioned, Hamaguchi-san, the most rewarding thing you feel is working on the franchise, and here we have the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, which is almost reaching its conclusion. I think it would only be fair that you've taken time out of your busy schedule, that we provide this opportunity here on stage in Berlin, if you could showcase the latest installment.
じゃあちょっと少し紹介させてください。
No.
Okay, so allow me to talk a little bit about Revelation.
Yes, this is what I came for.
ちょっと聞いた情報によると、こうまあ14の方って本当にこう若い方からこうまあ私と同じこう40代、まあむしろ50代の方とかもこういっぱいこう幅広くプレイされてるんですが、
Please give us 2 seconds of a trailer.
7知らないですみたいな人も結構いるんですって私言われたんですよ。
Before I came here, I was told, you know, there's so many people who play 14, young players, people like you and me in our 40s and 50s, but the younger players, they don't know what 7 is. That's what people said to me.
そうありがたいことに14が初めての FF ですっていう方結構いらっしゃいます。
Yeah, I think it makes me happy to hear, but there are quite a lot of people who say that 14 was their first Final Fantasy.
ちょっと今
Yeah,
日は
dude, it's been out for like
まあ
20 years.
ファイナルファンタジー7についてちょっとこう全体をこう少し紹介させてください。
So in that case, I did prepare a sort of overall introduction about Final Fantasy VII for you all.
はい、まあファイナルファンタジー7はですね、
okay.
1997年に発売された RPG です。
So Final Fantasy VII is a legendary RPG released in 1997.
Okay.
で主人公のクラウドとその宿敵のですねセフィロスとの戦いを軸にこう多くのプレイヤーに衝撃を与えた作品です。
And it's an RPG that really left a deep impact on a lot of players as it follows the iconic hero Cloud Strife and his pursuit of his nemesis Sephiroth.
でも壮大なストーリーですね。で魅力的なキャラクター。で
Imagine having to introduce this. Are you serious?
やっぱ当時ではさらにこう映像としても革新的で本当に世界中で多く愛される作品となっています。
And then, of course, you have the absolutely epic scale of the story. You have the wonderful cast of characters. You have the high level of customization that was available.
I think
through
they're
the
purposely
Materia
showing
system.
these
And then
cutscenes.
at the time, you had the absolutely revolutionary graphics. So all of this resulted in this game that's sort of really loved all around the world.
はい。でそしてですね、私たちが今このファイナルファンタジー7をですね、現代にもう一度蘇らせようとして作っているのがファイナルファンタジー7のリメイクシリーズになります。
And then here, of course, we have the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, which is our work to bring Final Fantasy VII back to life once again for the modern era.
でこれはですね、単純なリマスターの作品ではありません。
And this is no simple remaster.
当時のプレイヤーの皆さんがですね想像していたこう世界観だったり、
Jeez, he's representing it from the start.
現代の技術で再構築してより深くゲーム体験できる作品として蘇らせることを目指しています。
What this is us sort of rebuilding the entire world and game on a much deeper level to create what the players of the original games actually imagined, the world and the characters that they were seeing in their mind's eye as they played.
まあ先ほど14から入ったゲームユーザーがいますっていうのと同じようにファイナルファンタジー7にもですね当時プレイしてなかったこうユーザーの新しい人たちにもこのファイナルファンタジー7の魅力を伝えたいっていう思いも込められています。
So, you know, as Yoshida-san mentioned, there are people out there who have started playing Final Fantasy with a later installment, say, for example, Final Fantasy XIV. And what we want to be able to do is to be able to introduce these newer players to Final Fantasy VII in a way where they can really understand what made it so great.
はい、なので、まあ、世界観だったりですねキャラクターの描写っていうのをよりこう拡張してですねより没入感のある作品として、生まれ変わらせています。
So the world, the lore, the characters, the way all of these are depicted is even more in-depth, even more exhaustive, and yeah, really doing a deep dive on all that.
そうすることで、次の世代にですね、このまたファイナルファンタジーをちゃんとこう受け継がせていくっていうことがこのプロジェクトの
There are
出発
people out there who say this
And
is
so the whole
a
reason
sequel.
that we kicked this project off was because we wanted to bring Final Fantasy VII to the next generation.
World Battle Bonds Story. I would put story
で
first.
ちょっとプレイされてる方も多くいるとは思うんですけど、本当にちょっと簡単にだけリメイクシリーズの4つの魅力をお伝えさせてください。
And I do appreciate that a lot of you have probably played it for yourself, but please let me just quickly go over 4 of the main things that we really think make Final Fantasy VII Remake great.
まず1個目はワールドマップですね。ワールドですね。
Oh, that
So
Chocobo
first we
mission.
have the
Oh,
world.
やっぱこのファイナルファンタジー7っていうのはですね、
Chocobo
当時すごい
side quest in Cosmo Canyon. I hated it.
当時のポリゴンではあ
I
り
have
ますけ
nightmares
ど
of it.
本当にスケールの大きいワールドマップがあってですね、それを実際にこうより今のディテールで感じさせるっていうことを目指しています。
So back in the day, the original 7 had this huge world map. I mean, in the graphics of the time, of course, but we really want to recreate that sense of scale.
はい、でさらに最終作のリベレーションでは、ちょっと一部
I like this
画像も
video.
出てましたけど、映
I
像も
like
出て
this
ますけど、ハイウィンドウでですね、ワールドマップを自由に飛び回ることもできます。
And in the upcoming Revelation, I think some of it's in the video up there, you will actually be able to explore the world from the airship Highwind.
はい、で次がですね、バトルです。
And the next battle.
やっぱ原作のこうコマンドの RPG っていうのをオマージュしながら、新しい今のゲームらしくアクション性も取り入れ
Command
た
RPG.
こう爽快感と戦略性を
The
融
original
合
was
さ
active
せ
time
た
battle.
新しいバトルシステムとして実現しています。
So the Final Fantasy VII Remake series combat system draws heavily from the turn-based, menu-based system found in the original game, but also combines that with action to create a unique battle system that's really exhilarating at the same time as being strategic.
そして3つ目が絆です。
And third, bonds.
キャラクター
Well,
同士の
Bonds was more the
絆の
message of
関係っていうのを
rebirth,
物語
wasn't it?
だけではなくて、連携などバトル要素にも取り入れ、ゲーム全体、ゲームのデザイン全体で表現するっていうこともこだわっています。
And this is talking about the bonds between characters. But we don't just want to explore those throughout the story. We really want to carry that through into the entire game design. So, for example, through the different skills that they can use in battle.
All right, sorry.
はい、でキャラクター同士のつながりをですね、ストーリー体験も
Just want
含
to
め
see
て
some of the messages.
こうストーリー体験、ゲーム体験合わせてこうしっかり体験できるっていうところが本当に魅力になっています。
And I really think that one of the real strong points of the remake series is the way that you can experience these deep connections between the characters through the gameplay experience and the story.
でもストーリー最後はもうもちろんですけどストーリー
Well,
で
that's
す。
why I love it.
And so, of course, lastly, we have the story itself.
はい、でもちろんオリジナル版が持つ魅力的なストーリーを大切にしながらも、今作ならではの新しい要素っていうのも加えながらより
It's not a new
深く
story.
世界観ストーリー
It's a
を表現
retelling of the original story.
And of course, while we are really making sure that the original story is treated with the utmost respect, we are also diving in deeper, expanding the lore and the world and lots of
Yeah.
things around that.
はい、これは4つがですね。
But it is still, the basis is still the original story.
So these are really the 4 pillars that we have supporting the Final Fantasy VII Remake series.
はい、一旦簡単にですけど、ファイナルファンタジー7の作品と、リメイクに関しての魅力を紹介していきました。
So anyway, that was a brief overview of Final Fantasy VII and the Final Fantasy
Neat
VII Remake
package.
series.
そしてです。Thank you. で、ここからです。ここからです。
And this is where we start.
今日はですね、せっかく皆さんの前でこうやって貴重にお話しさせていただくタイミングがあったので、このファンフェスのためにですね、オリジナルのファイナルファンタジー7リメイクシリーズのトレーラーを作ってきました。
And since I have this opportunity at FanFest to speak with all of you, I thought, well, I should make you something special. So I have an original Final Fantasy VII Remake series trailer for you.
Okay.
まだ公開してないやつ。
公開してないというか、もうこのイベントのためにだけに作りま
It's
した。
not a revelation
So this
trailer.
hasn't been released publicly yet.
No, we made this for today.
Yeah, let's do it. I don't care. It's Final Fantasy VII. Let's
な
watch
ん
it.
かリメイクのトレーラーですとか、なんかリベレーションのトレーラーですっていうのはやっぱ作って、本当に今回はリメイクシリーズの
Yeah,
トレーラー
it's for the series. It's not a
私
revelation.
作って最後
He
完成
needs
し
to
たのを見
point that
て
out.
ちょっとうるっとしてきましたもん。
So obviously we've made a lot of like remake trailers or rebirth revelation trailers, but this is the whole
Awful.
series trailer. So after it was done and I was watching it back, I sort of teared up a little bit.
Cool.
再生してもいいですかね。
All right.
If we could play it.
Let's go. Let's go.
お願いします。
I'm all here for it. Let's watch it. Ah, that scene. Dude, what did they make? Like, honestly. Can't wait to play it from the beginning, you know, from the ground up.
Just look at it all. It's so green. Even after everything we've done to it,
Not that
it's
green.
still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
Wow. Wow, even intermission.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Woo! Vincent. Planking.
We need the planet, and it needs us. We have to rise up, fight back, defend it from this terrible threat.
New lines. Sato.
I'll make this quick. Good night.
The sky's the limit.
I love the music. That was new.
You won't regret this.
I heard you're having second thoughts.
I feel trapped.
Be it this, be it that, go on and ask the cat.
I know we can figure this out.
I plan to serve my village once more.
Aerith, is there anything I can do for you? I'm security.
Cloud, whatever happens, I'm here for you.
I'm getting chills.
I promise.
I'm getting literal chills. That was an amazing trailer. Even if they couldn't show what happens at the end, that was an incredible trailer.
いやでも改めて本当によく作ったと思います。
But yeah, looking back at it now, I do think it looks amazing. You've done
It
such
does.
a good job.
It does.
ありがとうございます。
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
いや、これなんかこうつなげてみるといろいろまた違った感情が出ますよね。
I feel like when you put them all together like that, it just something feels different about it again, you know?
It does.
はい、気に入っていただけたら非常に嬉しいです。
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, we did. What a great trailer.
さあそしてねいよいよ完結編。
はい。そうですね。はい、これが今見ていただきましたけど、
She was like, "Are you done yet?"
来年の春ですね。このファイナルファンタジー7リベレーション発売になります。
Yep, so as you just saw, it's just around the corner. Final Fantasy VII Revelation will be
That's a
going on
big
sale
corner.
spring 2027.
はい、もう本当にシリーズ最大規模でですね、もう飛空艇ハイウィンドウで飛び回れるのもさっき見せましたけど、もう3部作目にふさわしいスケールのゲーム体験になっています。
I love how they've given Zack.
You know, as I was saying before, it'll be on a bigger scale than ever before. You'll be able to fly all over with the
Stop
high
teasing
wind.
me, dude.
I really
Stop
think
teasing
that
me.
we've made something worthy of the final chapter of the series.
はい、あとさらにですね、バトルにもですね、フィッツというウェアを切り替えれる仕組みが新たに加わりました。
And there's also the FITS system, which will allow you to change into different outfits for battle.
さっきちょっとメディアの方とインタビューしてた時に、やっぱティファの新しい衣装がこうサマーゲームフェスで発表したんですけど、それが非常にこう評判が良くて、なんか今回のコラボレーションを込みでなんかティファの衣装って移植されませんかねって言われました。
I was just speaking with a journalist earlier, actually, and they said, oh, you know, the Black Mage Tifa outfit that you showed us in SGF, that's so cool. How about that collab with 14? Can we get that gear?
いやいや使わせてくれるんだったらねえ。
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to use it.
Why not?
イエーイ
はい、まあコラボレーション今回もきっかけにいろいろ長くやっていければと思いますので、本当に近い距離で私のチームと吉田さんのチームやっていきたいと思います。
Anyway, I hope this collaboration marks the start of a long and fruitful cooperation between our two teams. So hopefully there'll be much more in the future.
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあそろそろクローズしつつ、改めて両者のねクロスオーバーも簡単に最後ご紹介して終わっていこうかなと思います。
Thank you. So it will be brief, but I'd like to give a little bit of a recap of what we're doing in terms of crossover.
ちょっと立ちながらやりましょうか。
Oh, let's do it while standing.
はい、改めて、昨日発表させていただいた Beyond the Life
I haven't spoken for a while.
Final Fantasy VII
I'm just so
シリーズチーム
fucking I'm glued to the screen, literally.
がっちり手を組んで、
With a big stupid grin on my
からレイドスタートしてまいります。
This is my
So
jam,
once again,
as they
as
say.
we announced the other day, we are doing the crossover raid series with Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yep.
The Beyond the live stream.
But we already saw this
teams
before,
are
didn't we?
fully hard at work together on this on this crossover, and the raid will hit starting from patch 8.01.
8.01, not 8.1.
3部作まだ完結前なので、逆に言うとまだその 8.0 リリースまでに時間があるから、7リメイクシリーズのね全2作まずねプレイする時間いっぱいあると思うんで皆さん。
What?
But of course, the concluding chapter in the trilogy has not been released yet, and there is still time until 8.0 as well. So for those of you who haven't played the Final Fantasy VII Remake series yet, there's plenty of time to get started.
Yeah, for sure.
で実際ね、リメイクシリーズ
I was arguing against this earlier, but I am starting to a little bit understand the FF14 fans, the exclusive FF14 fans, because this is being a little bit forced onto them.
I think it's just like the perfect flow.
But you need to understand it's the same company.
First two titles in the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, then the raid hits, you'll be able to play the first tier, and then the final chapter of Final Fantasy VII Remake series releases. Isn't it just perfect?
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
さあまあ我々ファイナルファンタジー
At the end of the day, they're still trying to sell a product,
仲間
right?
としてもう一つね7の方、まあ
But it's
8.0 の前に
how they say you can have too much of a good
コンテン
thing.
ツもございます。
But of course, we were working together as allies for the Final Fantasy franchise. And with the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, there is something else that we're working on, which will get
Not the
released
keyboard
before
thing again.
8.0.
まあこちらも昨日発表させていただきましたが、キーバウンドブローラーという、コンテンツ、ゴールドソース
This is all you,
さ
Yoshida.
れるコンテンツになってます。
And I announced this in the keynote as well. This is Keybound Brawler, which will be coming to the Mandeville Gold Saucer.
まあぜひどんなコンテンツかは昨日の気象公演のライブストリームを見直していただきたいですが。
But of course, I would like you to take a look back, maybe at the archive of the live stream of the keynote presentation to see what sort of content this is.
まあもちろんね、さっきアウトフィットの話出ましたけど、こちらも報酬ご用意させていただいております。
But we did discuss outfits earlier, but we have prepared rewards here as well.
イエーイ。まあ7リメイクシリーズをプレイしてこれを着て気分を上げてレイドに挑んでいただけたらなと思ってます。
But yes, it would be great if you could play the 7 Remake series and then get these rewards, wear them. I think that'll get you in the mood, and then you can take on the challenge of the raids.
Okay. And?
他にも報酬
結構そのステージの時でもこうお伝えしたと思うんですけど、だいぶこう報酬の慣習多かったんですけど、なんか乗り物系もなんかやりませんでしたっけ？
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this during the keynote as well. You sent quite a lot of rewards over for us to review. But am I right in thinking that there was a mount as well?
Oh, okay. This is new. This is new. Scorpion.
そうですね。 とにかく多数の監修をしていただきましたんで、
The Guardian Scorpion.
ありがとうの気持ちでいいですよ。
First
発表してい
boss.
ただいてももう、はい。
But yes, you did kindly offer a lot of support reviewing many different rewards and assets, so I'm really grateful, yes, if you could introduce this.
はい、というわけでね、マウントのね、方もございます。
But yes, we do have a mount.
Out of so many things in FF7, they chose this.
ブローラーは最大4人で、マルチプレイできるので、まあ、
It's weird they chose this. It is a bit iconic.
ちょっとね、キータッチ苦手だっていう人もみんなでカバーし合いながら遊べるようになってますし、コツコツやればいろんな報酬手に入るようなバランスになってますので、あまり気構えずに気楽にプレイしてもらえれば手に入るんじゃないかなと思います。
But yes, Keybound Brawler is designed to be played with a maximum of 4 people, so maybe you can get your friends joining in or people from your free company, and you can just take it easy, play together. It's designed so that there is a good balance there, so you don't have to be constantly hardcore playing it every single day to get the rewards. As long as you just put in some steady effort, you should be able to get all of the rewards, so I do recommend it.
はい、ありがとうございます。
What the heck?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you two, but I think that is all we have time for today.
もうなんかミンフィリアをちょっと思い出したよ。
This brings back memories of Minfilia.
Yeah, it does. It does, literally.
Please return.
じゃあ
Do some closing words.
じゃあまあせっかく2日間ね本当に プレイヤーの皆さんとのコミュニケーションも含めて14のファンフェスに初めて参加していただいたんですけど、いかがでした？ステージも含めて。
So once again, it's your first time at a 14 fan festival. Could you give a few words to all of our players? How was it standing here on the stage and sitting here and doing this talk?
もう本当に皆さんの熱量をこう肌で感じて、
This was fun.
フェスいいなって。
I enjoyed it just watching it here.
I mean, having the opportunity to meet with so many people and have this opportunity to speak as well, I really get a sense of the passion from everyone here. And I'm like, FanFest is pretty nice.
Thank you. いやじゃあこれで直樹のダブル直樹の部屋はねクローズとさせていただきますが、別に答えなくていいんですけど、さっきいろいろ FF のこうタフさとかやりがいとかってちょっと話してもらったりしたじゃないですか。
So yes, I would like to bring today's double Naoki's Room edition to a close, but I would like to ask, you don't have to answer this, but we did talk just a while ago about the tough things and rewarding things about working on the franchise.
多数のコメントもね流れてたんですが、分かった分かったと、浜口直樹よと、
Tough question left for last.
8とか9とかリメイクとは言わんと。
But I saw a lot of things in the comments. They were like, okay, I get it. Naoki Hamaguchi, I'm not going to ask for a 6, 8, or 9 remake.
Okay.
17やってほしいなって書いてあったのが、
あ
なたにとっての最高の評価だと思いますので、そういうコメントたくさんありましたよというのをお伝えしておきます。
But there were comments along the lines of, I want this guy to make Final Fantasy XVII. So I think that's probably the highest praise you can get.
答えなくていいから。
But you don't have to answer.
答えたら。さあそれでは、皆さん本当に長時間ありがとうございました。Thank you guys.
Great presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us for this double feature of Naoki's Room. Coming up next will be the cosplay walk after just a little break. See you later.
All right, we're not going to stay for that. That's literally all I wanted to watch. That was a great interview. Would have been nice if we had gotten some info about Final Fantasy XVII, but I feel like that's a bit far off in the future. Whoa, that's loud. That's what they're saying in chat. Unfortunately, it'd be that way. Sanguinary? a successor has been chosen. Well, we'll just have to wait and see if Hamaguchi will direct Final Fantasy XVII. We'll have to wait and see. But, yeah. Oh well. That was a really fun event. I'm really glad they did that. I'm really glad I live streamed it.
Join us for Glamour to Life. Celebrate cosplayers of all experience levels as
Mm-hmm.
they showcase their creativity, craftsmanship.
Okay, we're not. Anyway, yeah, I'm really glad I stayed. I stayed here to watch that. It was a really fun meeting between Naoki Hamaguchi and Naoki Yoshida, the two Naokis. They spoke a lot about their roles at Square Enix, how they met, and we also saw that presentation for Final Fantasy VII at the end there, which was like a cherry on top. Yeah, awesome. Can't wait until Revelation. For anyone who watched this with me live in the lurker section, or for anyone who will see this later on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll see you tomorrow for when we're back to our regular programming with come on, The Adventures of Elliot. All right, thanks guys, and see you later.